And welcome in. So I'm now getting feedback instantly from someone's mic that I was game for. It's Kizik. So welcome back. Last time you guys finally left the Kulka system and are on your way to new home, and we did a little bit of shenanigans after you did your first jump. And after the session, you guys talked to me, and we decided that you wanted to do basically instead of just jumping and time skipping to the next adventure, you guys wanted to do the actual journey and the road trip from point A to point B, which I think is fantastic. Is going to make the adventure is going to make the campaign take a few more episodes, but I think it will be fun. Also, I want to thank all of you guys for being so patient with me during the last Traveler session. I was not feeling exceptionally well, and I had to step away a couple times, and it made it easier that you guys were able to deal with that, and I appreciate it. And going on to what we're going to do today, we are going to start this session in a roleplay session where the new employees, the new crew members, and the captain are going to have gathered in the secret office down below. And the captain is going to have a speech. Speech may be a little bit strong of a word, but a conversation that he feels he needs to have with the new members of the crew. The captain being Holmes.
I know, right? We're not invited.
Somehow Holmes ended up with Aiden's picture. Let me fix that real quick. That must have been from when I was recopying and pasting things.
You guys are definitely invited if you want to fit in a tiny little room with everybody.
Who's watching?
I just wanted away from the passengers, and somebody's got to drive the ship still.
Yeah, who's waiting on the passengers? That's what we need Raymond down there too, though. Let's see that. Click on this, and then this, and then this, and this, and then this, and then that, because I'm not worried about that. Yep, there we go. All working. All these tokens, by the way, are working for everyone.
Yeah, fine for me.
Okay. I think I got them all. But, yeah. Our whole link to Discord thing is not working as well as it used to, and it makes me sad.
I know. Real bummer.
It's a lot of work to go back and relink everything. I'm sure everybody who's using Tabletop or Roll20 with that kind of link right now is probably having the exact same issue.
Yeah, just cussing up a storm. Should have Dropboxed it.
Okay. So who wants to be down here in the actual operations center, I think is what they call this thing. What do they call 21? 21 is systems room. That's what it's 2 decks high. It's a tall room.
If someone needs to fly the ship, Luca, you should be here. I'll fly the ship.
You can fly the ship.
I can hold the fucking wheel straight.
It's a spaceship. It has autopilot.
Yeah, I was gonna say no autopilot.
It's also worth
we
saying.
Could probably fly it from here.
Yeah. I wanted to narratively say that while in the last session I said you completed your jump, I want to say this is like the week of jump. This is like the last 8 hours of the first jump. You're about to pop out at your midway point between Kulkus and New Home.
So we can all be in here.
Yeah. All you need is people who like, and you have a steward droid too, but you have to just make sure that no, passengers suddenly like, where's the crew, and then start looking for you. So it's pretty cramped down here if everybody's down here.
I stole a chair.
You guys can arrange yourselves however you want. I'm going to let Holmes take it away whenever he's ready.
Captain, I brought you coffee.
Yay! Are you guys comfortable? I see you guys took the chairs and left the newbie standing. Well
I'll
played.
let GG sit down. Here,
I want
come on, Gigi. I'll be a gentleman.
I want to point out that the one that Taylor is sitting at, or actually, no, I think it's the one that Aiden's sitting at. The one Aiden is sitting at is only half of a chair that's been completely blown away, as has the computer console.
Oh yeah.
And there are blood stains all over the floor and walls where Homer and Junkrat are currently standing. Also,
cool.
the lighting has been haphazardly replaced.
Thought we cleaned that up. I guess we didn't.
I feel like we need to have a talk with our steward, Joy. All right, everybody comfortable?
Yeah, I'll offer Gigi my chair as a gentleman.
Gigi was sitting on my lap, actually. What are you talking about?
Good God. Here.
So what actually happens is Taylor offers, Gigi his chair, and I have to ask, is Taylor actually interested in Gigi at all?
I am not. I'm just being gentlemanly. I have a love interest already.
Excellent. That's good, because she rolled really well to read your surface thought. So she's going to accept that chair in the spirit in which it's offered. She's also going to touch Aiden's hand as she's walking past, and he's going to sit like someone's sitting in his lap for a second, and then awkwardly shuffle as if he thought things were happening and then they weren't. Because in his mind, it was totally happening, up to the point that physical reactions started to happen, and then poof, everything was back to reality.
Oh, to be a teenager again.
Yeah, so he's got to shuffle awkwardly to cross his legs or whatever. But she is going to have a seat here in this seat. And when I say there's blood stains, I mean you guys did try to clean it up, but first off, part of the chair and monitor were physically destroyed, so that's very difficult to repair and replace in a hurry like you guys were. So I'm going to assume that wasn't replaced yet. And also blood is probably really hard to get out of a starship, completely. You try to clean it up, but it's pink, on the paneling.
Liquid always finds a way into the deck plates.
Yeah.
Always. Anyway, I called everybody down here because I wanted to see how all of our new crewmates are adapting to everybody. And I'm sure that you guys have some questions for us. You've had the chance to roam the ship, and I'm sure as we're sitting in this room that you guys seen some things that might have you wondering what's going on. So we'll start this if you guys have any questions.
Raymond is probably the most suspicious looking around. He's like, yeah, this isn't a standard configuration room, and I see a lot of advanced electronics. You guys aren't pirates because they wouldn't be this advanced. I'm guessing intelligence operatives of some kind.
Pretty good guess. We wouldn't be. I mean, we've got passengers too, so wouldn't be pirates.
So you are intelligence operatives.
I'm not saying one way or the other, right? But you've got a good head on you. I'm going to let the captain talk. Sorry, Cap.
No, we may indeed dabble in some of the gray area of things, but we do not knowingly, willfully wish to inflict harm on other people. We are not pirates. As I look over to Ray and Homer, and as you two can attest, harm kind of follows us around because we go in the gray area of some things. If you want to call us intelligence operators, go ahead. But we noticed that you guys have had the time to talk to each other, and like I said, both Ray and Homer have seen us do things, and we've had the opportunity to deliver harm upon them, and we did not. So we're not knowingly going to bring anybody to harm, but rest assured, if you fly with us, harm may find us. And I want to make sure that you are all aware of that as we continue to travel together. And I'd like to know what concerns you have as part of that.
So, Homer's gonna put his hand up and he's gonna be like, I'm not gonna pretend to understand, like, what you guys do. But I can tell you that, I mean, you know the situation I was in. You guys have brought me into this crew. You've already proven that you're going to take care of me as part of the crew. So I trust you guys, as long as you don't give me a reason to question that trust. I mean, I'm all in. I do hope that one day you'll trust me enough to tell me what's actually going on here. But I understand that danger will follow us and that we are going to probably do some things at every crew, as I understand it. I mean, I've read all sorts of posts on the interwebs. I know that, freelance crews have to sometimes get their hands dirty to make money. And the Bwop, Junkrat, she's going to be like, yeah, I've worked on salvage teams. I could tell you guys were, a freelance crew is going to get rough and tumble. This is quite a bit more advanced than anything I was expecting to see down here. And this is definitely outside the tech level of the islands, which is just fascinating to me, and I hope I'll get a chance to interface with it. But I honestly don't have any issues with the danger we could potentially be put into. Shipbreaking is dangerous under the best of circumstances, and I've worked under less than ideal circumstances. It's exciting, she says all cheerily.
Captain, if you don't mind, I'd like to just say, Junkrat, the systems in this room are kind of part of our end goal, so we don't want to mess with them too much, but they're beyond what I know personally, so somebody else might be able to tell you a little bit more about them, but we're just here to protect them at this point.
I mean, we fabricated a backup core here. We probably should replace the seat that Aiden's sitting at, and the computer terminal there. But we've got a pretty advanced fabricator that I'm sure you're going to have a lot of fun with.
Indeed. Did you know that fabricators are also capable of deconstructing items down to their base components? It is actually a much more useful tool in a lot of circumstances.
I bet you'd love a ship scale fabricator.
Oh my god. Things like that don't exist out here, but when I was in the Alliance, I did notice that there were shipyards that had high ports that you could drive entire starships into. It's fascinating. Gigi hasn't said anything, and neither has Ray.
You guys don't
Gigi,
have
Ray,
questions?
do you guys have any questions, concerns?
Ray's like, the way I encountered you guys, I knew you guys were rough and tumble and that you were probably mercenaries. Very little has changed with these revelations. We all have our secrets, and I think you're entitled to yours. I trust you.
To be fair, I think when we met Ray, we were mercs or bounty hunters or something, right?
You were mercenaries, like clearing a building, and he was a prisoner. Right. Yeah. So yeah. He's seen you guys shoot people. So he's aware.
So is Homer.
Yeah. So, but Homer's already kind of just like, yeah, I'm down for whatever. Homer's also I think he's 19, might be 20. So he's still pretty young. Raymond is in his 40s, late 30s, early 40s, I think.
42.
Yeah. So he's a much more weathered, he's been around the block a few times.
Captain, do you think it would be prudent to maybe gauge their political affiliations a little bit? See how they feel about certain parties over others before we go talking about more things?
I'd like to get Gigi's opinion before we go down that route.
Gigi looks at Holmes and she says, I decided to trust you the day we met. I know that you will not intentionally let harm come to me. And I have been in incredibly dangerous situations in the past. I'm far from helpless. I have no issues with the harm that you have. And I know that your intentions are good. I do question when I see something like this whether or not the people who command you will have as good of intentions as you have. Because I will state here and now that I will not cross certain lines, and I will be violently opposed to anything to do with certain moral lines, including things like slavery or killing of innocents or anything truly horrible and despicable. I do not believe that any of you that I have met are going to be willing to do any of those things from what I've encountered from you. But you should know it's a hard line with me.
Luke is looking real hard at his computer screen right now.
Yeah, no, there's like nothing that we do is going to be slavery, kidnapping, maybe kidnapping, but not slavery, or things like that. But since you guys have all put your trust in us, we're going to put our trust in you because you're going to be maintaining the ship and helping out. And as part of the crew, you kind of got to know things, so we're going to trust you as well. And give you the full briefing of what this ship can do and contain, and what our actual mission is. Starting with political affiliations, if at any point any of your opinions change as we give you information, please let us know until we're done here, and then we're going to get back to doing our jobs. Any questions?
Does anybody like Newberian, like the Newbern government?
Are you just gonna straight up ask them like that? Yeah.
And we have no tact, so we get very blunt with our questions sometimes.
So the only local islander is Homer. The rest of them, actually, it's not true. I think Gigi's a local too. So Gigi and Homer are locals. So just, I'm rolling to see if they even know who you're talking about. Okay, so they definitely know who you're talking about, and they're like, yeah. So we're familiar with the Newbern. Is one of the first colonies. So when the asteroid ships arrived, that was one of the original colonies that was founded here. They have a very secluded and strict government, and I mean, really, they're just very uptight people without a sense of humor, and they're very, very like adamant to sticking to rules and stuff like that. They're kind of weird, but I mean, no good or bad opinions because because while they've heard of them, it's like it's not like they have personal experience with them.
Right. Okay.
But they both kind of share the same consensus of, I mean, yeah, okay, we know who they are from like a historical perspective of the islands.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Sorry, it was a completely non sequitur. Keep going. Sorry.
So, short version is we're out here to recover the ship and all of the information that was on it. Unfortunately for us, the information that was on it is no longer on it. And we're tracking it down to go get that information back so we can return it with us to Alliance Base. That's the short version. Anybody want to give them the long version?
Let's see how they react to the short version first.
All right, standing by.
I have a metagame question, especially since I couldn't figure it out by watching the last episode. Where do you guys think you're ultimately going at the end of this road trip?
South flunked, right?
Sorry, not
Where?
not the adventure. This particular road trip. This particular, series of jumps. I can see Ronan has it.
Yeah.
Joy use,
Joy use, right?
Joy use.
We've got a mission there.
Yes. Okay. I was just making sure
So-
that we were all still on the same page, because there are multiple
Yep.
objectives, and you're actually going to drive past one of the other ones, and I wasn't sure. Like, I couldn't tell from the first conversation you guys had about your path where you were going.
So we're going from where we're at now, New Home, Sturgeon's Law, over here to Elise, down to Bacon.
Bacon. I love it.
Yep, Bacon, and then over to Joyce. Understanding that Herzen's Lust here is another objective that we have
Yes.
eventually to get to.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So we're all on the same page there. That's what I thought would be an ideal path, but I wasn't sure if that's how you were doing it.
Yep.
I don't know if you took the time to read any of the things in the Reft book. About these.
I read the New Home.
Okay.
I didn't get as far as I wanted to. Sturgeon's Law doesn't look like a fun place to hang out.
No, it's not. But it is sort of a necessary stop, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So
no.
Metagame question answered. We can go back to their reactions. Did you now in your role play? You didn't say. You said you're recovering this for who?
He said the Alliance.
Oh, you did say the Alliance.
Well,
Okay. So the people who are from the Alliance, that would be Junkrat. Actually, we didn't really specify whether Ray was from the Alliance.
No, we did not.
Okay. So
Where are you from?
we're gonna say that Junkrat and Ray are like, oh, and they're gonna, you're gonna notice when you say GIA, they're gonna know who you're talking about. Or if you just say they're getting for the Alliance and its intelligence, they're gonna put two and two together and themselves draw the conclusion that you're GIA, which is going to show a familiarity with the Alliance's, intelligence agencies. At least from a I watched the Traveler equivalent of NCIS, and I know, I know that level of it. Homer and Gigi are going to be like, Alliance. Oh, you're Alliance. Oh, that means you're super advanced. They suddenly think you're Star Trek phaser people, because obviously all the people from the Alliance are super advanced, right? So they're like, oh wow, that's really cool. You're actual Alliance military. That's really cool. Also on a super secret James Bond mission. And both of them being younger also, Homer and Gigi are about the same age, and they're actually a little giggly about this.
Do you mind if I roll? I'd like to roll an investigate. I want to clock Ray's reaction to the GIA. Is it a pleasant reaction, or is he...
Sure.
I really don't want him to be Newburn. Counterintelligence.
I mean, I think it's safe to say from his appearance and affiliation and where he is that he is not at least a local, he's not from Newburn. I guess that doesn't, it wouldn't necessarily mean that he couldn't have been hired by them, but yeah, roll your investigate.
All right, I rolled a 7. I got a +2 in investigate.
Okay.
And then +2 in intelligence. 11.
For reading emotions and body language, I would usually prefer Soch, but I'll let you use intelligence because we normally use it for perception. But I'm going to base my reaction or what information I give you on that if you want to use intelligence rather than Soch. Because what you really asked was more of an emotional body language thing.
That's true.
If you want to use Soch, if you can still pass with that negative, which I think you can, then I'll give you that
I
answer.
still get a 9.
Okay.
Would you get a 9?
Would you rather use that?
Yes, that would make more sense.
I think so too, and it gives you a more complete answer. Okay, so you're gauging Raymond's reactions, and so when you say GIA, he's going to initially be a little suspicious. You can see his muscles tightening a little bit, but you explain what you're doing, and then there's going to be a moment, almost like he has a slight epiphany and then tries to immediately suppress it because you guys asked directly about Newburn. You mentioned your GIA operatives. He can see these computer cores and all the surveillance equipment around you, and like it's all clicking into place. What you're going to get from him is that up until this moment, he had no idea that you guys were GIA agents. He does fully understand the situation. He may be the only one of the new people who really truly now fully grasps who you are and what you're doing. The rest of like the two kids, Homer and Gigi, are just too young to truly understand the depth of the situation they're in. And actually, I'm just going to give you feeds on all of them because I think that you would be intentionally analyzing everyone. It's not that they don't understand it on an intellectual level, but they're not weathered and veteran enough to know the danger of the situation they're in. To them, this is just like an action movie. It's really cool. Junkrat seems extremely preoccupied with just the technological, like, and Bwops are like that. You guys would have encountered Bwops enough to know that, like, Junkrat probably does not care that you are, like, about any of this. She only cares that she's going to get to take stuff apart, and, like, she's all about, like, sorting your tools. Very administrative mind. It's not that she doesn't care about people as people, but like the grander political machinations really don't matter to her.
I can respect that. That's cool.
Yeah. Ray, on the other hand, does truly like you can see it set in on him. And he also, he's used to being a secretive person, because you do notice that when he has that reaction, he immediately tries to suppress any outward sign of it. But the fact that he didn't know you were GIA up until this point is very telling, because if he were, for example, Newbern Intelligence, he would absolutely have known who you were.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I'll give you that. Does that give you the answer you're looking for?
Yes. Can I ask the way that Jane in Firefly acts, is that the way that Ray is going to be acting here?
It's not an exact similarity, but it's not too far off.
Okay.
Like, Jane kind of had ambitions in the beginning of Firefly to be like, I'm going to be in command when, Mal's not around. Ray's not going to do that. Ray does not want to be in charge.
Okay.
And Ray has no interest in, like, imposing his will in any way, shape, or form on anyone else. He just wants to be let be, and he wants to let others be. And he does somewhat trust this crew. Mainly because you guys saved his life and gave him a shuttle. I mean, that's a great opener, right? Like,
yeah.
Oh, you rolled a successful check on his personality. There is another bit of information that you would get from Ray, especially you've been now in contact with him for about a week. He's a little drunk right now. He hides it very well.
Wow, Ray has a problem?
Ray has got a Herald problem. Not the RPG one, the other one.
Yeah, okay. Wow.
So... But you would be able to pick up on that now. You've been, hanging out with him for a week.
Yeah,
and...
I'm gonna keep giving him the side eye.
Okay.
Okay. Captain, sorry for interrupting.
Oh, no worries. And the biggest important piece of all of this, just so you're aware, we are actively being hunted by New Bayern Intelligence.
Oh. And we chose to go to New Home. This is Ray talking. And we chose to go to New Home because Newbern Intelligence isn't going to be able to act at New Home. That's because their security is so tight. They wouldn't be able to do anything to us there. So it makes logical sense to stop there. But we'll have to be very careful going through some of the lesser ports. I'm assuming since we're Alliance, we have to be heading to the Galactic West Zumfold, maybe? Or are we going all the way out to the Midway station?
Right? That's a lot of assumptions. Something like that.
Okay.
We don't really know.
I mean, if we're going to be going all the way out to the Midway station, we may want to consider trying to find a So I know from working out here on the islands that there are pop-up refueling stations in the dead sectors, basically tankers that set up temporary fueling posts so that people don't have to stop by traditional ports. They're very expensive to use, and most of the traffic there is not, shall we say, completely legitimate, but it might help us avoid unwanted attention on certain worlds. I can ask around about them if you want.
Great.
I like to keep my options open.
Yeah.
Ray is showing a certain seasoning that his age and skills sort of belie, as opposed to the other new members of the crew. Like by pointing out these points to go around in dead space, like he shows that he knows how to maneuver outside of the guidelines of the law.
The other portion of this is that we're straight broke. We obviously signed a contract with you guys hiring you on, and we're going to honor that. But now that you know the situation, you know how tough our finances can be. So please be gentle, on our pocketbooks.
Roger. Homer's like, yeah, man, it's Starship. Like, costs a fortune. Like, it's more money than I've ever seen in one place at a time.
I can't even imagine, just jumping in a car with a FBI agent one day. That. It's similar vein.
Oh, it'd actually be more like getting on like a super modified C-130,
right,
and then flying off. Yeah. Well, it's one of the things I want to talk to you about, because in the last session, and I wasn't feeling well, so I didn't catch on to it till I was actually watching the replay. You said something as Taylor where you're like, yeah, man, give me an internal combustion engine. I can do that mechanics thing, but this robot's foreign to me. And I was like, that's actually the reverse is true. And to Taylor, because you grew up in such an advanced society, an internal combustion engine, it's not that you wouldn't understand how it worked, but you definitely would never have touched one before you came out to this backwater. You'd have seen pictures in museums of it. But
But I'm thinking engineer is engineer.
Yeah, but the
mechanic is okay.
But the robot, like if his hand fell off, you'd be able to put, you would have put a robot's hand back on 100 times. That would be completely normal to you.
Okay.
It's not to say that you couldn't work on an internal combustion engine, because it's a much lower tech level. So you totally could just pull out your tablet and be like, I know how this works, because you are a mechanic. You can do that. But got to remember how he grew up. A Tesla is an antique to him.
Right.
So. All right. So, any further conversations you guys want to have? You just dumped a lot of information on your crew. They're definitely processing it all differently. Luke has been real quiet, as has Aiden.
Luke has been looking through the computer tablet on trying to get a nice, quick way of rolling a bunch of dice intelligently.
Okay.
Aiden's been just absorbing what's being said and listening to the conversation about how much we're saying and how much we're not saying at this time.
Okay.
All right. If there are no further questions, the one thing that I do ask is you have free reign of the ship. If you come across anything you have a question on, please don't tinker with it until you come ask us, so we know what you're doing with the ship, not because we don't trust you, but because we need to know the status of the ship.
Junkrat's hand immediately comes up. What if I know exactly what the system is and how to fix it? Like, what if it's not an abnormal system?
Fix away.
Yeah, fix that. Also,
wait. We need to make sure, you still need to get approval from your head engineer, Taylor. We need timelines on those, because we can't have things coming down for extended periods of time while we're expecting them.
Oh, yeah. No, shutting off the jump drive while we're in jump space. 10-4. I understand that part. I'll never do that again. I promise.
You learn a lesson once, right? But we do need to talk about some security protocols. Your phones are now extremely important. You cannot lose them. Please make sure that when we're off ship, you know where your shit is at all times. Maybe even get burner devices to go on world. Luca, did I do good?
Their phones right now aren't that important. They don't know anything. Once we start like up, come talk to me before you start using phones and stuff. We probably should upgrade phones. Oh my goodness, we've got a fabricator. We need to get the license to print pretty cool phones for everybody.
So if you guys haven't figured out right now, like we've got a tech guy, we've got an engineer guy, and we've got a pizza guy. Please report to those department heads as you need anything throughout the ship.
I'm also like the pilot, not a tech guy.
I mean,
We all
Yeah.
wear multiple hats. You can't just stay in your lane when it's just us.
that's true. I don't really have a lane. I'm the guy that just looks important.
That's how upper management is, man.
Don't worry, Luca. You're important.
Everybody's important.
Just reassuring him, that's all.
We also should probably go over positions if we need to defend the ship.
Oh yes, that's true.
I've been learning to shoot things. Homer says, like really excited, like immediately, like, ooh, I know the answer to this one.
Yeah,
All
how'd
of
you do on your VR thing? Did you get good time in?
Yeah. I passed level 1, the certification, the one where all the the little pirate drone things were coming at the ship. I got through that whole simulation and I got a perfect score. And I've been working on my level 2. Meta game, I've given him 1 level in gunner. He has another level available to him. But that skill can actually be applied to different things. So I wanted to make sure you guys wanted him to have level 2 in gunner before we went all the way.
Like put it in melee blade, so he can help us if somebody comes on board.
You could do that if you wanted to. I'm looking at the skills list right now on the thing. So he has slug 2 already. He's actually one of the few things he can do is shoot things.
Yeah.
But you're going to want to fit him with a shotgun that has rounds that won't go straight through the wall. So like you don't want to pull out your regular automatic shotgun and start shooting in a starship. It's a bad idea. But if you have special rounds or special weapons that are rated for, firing within ships, like the stub rifles, I believe, are specifically designed for firing in starships. They won't go through hulls. Putting one of those in his hand, because he has slug 2, would probably work.
Captain, you got one of those? You said you had a arsenal.
Let's see. I got one of them GA 100 thingies. Yep, I got one of them. Slug thrower rifle.
That's not.
That's a
No, that is absolutely not what I was talking about. I said snub carbine and snub pistol. A GA.
Nope,
I want to point out that any Gauss weapon, as one of our party members found out last time we played Traveler, will slice through the hull like a hot knife through butter. Firing a GA 100 within this ship is a TPK, almost certainly. And I was
not giving them that.
Very lenient last season on what will happen if that happens, but I will not be lenient this season. If you guys choose to do things that will rupture the hull, then we will flip open the rulebook and we will start going over what happens when the hull is ruptured.
Oh, depressurization table.
Yeah, so let's just make sure we have the right. Let's make sure we get the right guns.
So not this light shotgun though, right? It kind of looks snubby, but I don't think that's what you meant.
No. So shotguns, like many other slug weapons, can take different types of ammunition, and there's a special type of ammunition you can have. That is the kind of shotgun that you would have in your ship's locker. That would have smaller gauge shells and intended for small game hunting. Which where it says that's what it means. So it's basically a shotgun with birdshot in it. And I think that's the right stats and everything for it too. So that card would probably work as is. But there's other shotguns floating around. I definitely know one of you has an auto shotgun. I saw one of you buy one.
Me.
Yeah, that thing will rip through the hull like a hot knife through butter unless you put special ammunition in it, which will reduce its damage.
So if I give this to Homer, though, that is a boarding shotgun for him?
Yeah,
or a defense?
It's also worth noting that on board this ship and on board any ship, there is a magical ship locker. There is assumed to be shotguns fitted with the correct type of shells, stunners, which are 0G, and cutlasses, along with any other common type of thing you want to have in there, or one of the, and we're skipping ahead, but when you get to New Home, there's going to be a bunch of different services offered to you, one of which is, would you like laser weapons at your ship lockers? Like a company that updates various things on your ship, or sells you kits to do so. So right now, you may have only very basic tools, but you could have advanced tools, kind of thing. But if you just wanted to give him a shotgun, you could. He already has a big game rifle. But if the ship gets boarded and you want him to repel boarders, then yeah, that might be a good idea.
But it's already in a locker, a magical locker?
Yeah, so there is a onboard ship locker. There's assumed to be one in every airlock. So up here on the top deck, you have 2 available to you. And then there's going to be at least 1 listed, but usually more. There's also one up here in the cargo bay, or in the shuttle bay. Ship's locker number 6. So these 2. Sorry, someone put the steward droid in the ship's locker. Oh no, put it in the refresher, so the droid does not use the bathroom. But yeah, between the 2 bathrooms up here, there's
cleaning it.
large ship locker. So I mean, there's at least 1, 2, 3, 4 of them on board the Perfect Stranger. I imagine that there's another one here in the operations center, just because I can't imagine. But the one in the operations center would probably have GIA equipment in it. So we'll say there is one in here, but it's got like 4 GIA pistols in it, and maybe 1 or 2 of your little GIA kits. Because this is super secret squirrel area.
And 4.
Okay, everybody tracking? But if you guys want to talk about, what the plan is, GG is going to be like, if we get boarded, I can make myself useful. No gun required.
Yeah, I 100% guarantee that. Well, I don't even want to know, like, imploding people's minds. Shit.
I mean, do you say that out loud?
No, I'm thinking it, and she can read my mind, so I'm sure that she looks at me.
She can read your mind, but she has to actively make an effort to do so.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
the expression on my face is scared.
Yeah, generally when your mind's being read, and not always, because if it's an opponent that you don't know can do it, I won't tell you as the GM it's happening, but I may ask you occasionally what you're thinking, or if you've thought of a certain thing. And sometimes when I do that, I might be checking to see if a psionic can read your mind. It's worth noting that Annika is armed. GG is armed. She carries a dagger at all times.
And she's proficient with it.
She is very proficient with it, yes.
I am currently training in the blade as well. Maybe we should spar. She could teach me some moves.
I know exactly how she would do that, and it would be hilarious.
I got you, SA.
Well, no, she'd grab your face, and to everyone else, you'd just have a moment, and then she'd walk away, and you'd walk away and be like, I know Kung Fu.
Well, it sounds like we have a fabricator that needs to be on and pumping out some stuff. And I'm glad that this crew is on board.
Hmm?
What else can we do while we're flying?
Well, I think that the other new people want to know what they're like. Yeah, Junkrat is in her. By the way, Junkrat has a heavy vac suit that she's wearing right now. I forgot to make art for her in her vac suit, but she tends to walk around everywhere in her vac suit, because it makes her human size, a little bit bigger actually. And she's normally very small. But
Isn't that the one that also does her climate too, like moisture or whatever?
Yep, it keeps her skin moist, which is a requirement for BIMWAP. But it's also worth noting that Holmes has the exact same type of vac suit, but he would notice that her vac suit has a built-in attachment on its right arm that it's a flamethrower. Like Holmes doesn't need to make any kind of check; he knows it's a flamethrower. And Junkrat's like, I'm assuming that that my job in the event of a boarding action is going to be to use this device.
Fact.
Okay. Just so you know, the last time I did that on board a ship, it does cook some of our stuff internally. It will require repairs, but it is incredibly effective at removing borders.
Well, the first goal is not to get boarded in the first place.
Yes. Holmes is like, or sorry, Ray is like, so, Luke has made it very clear that he's the pilot. And so if we get boarded, what do I do?
I'm gonna look over at Luca and give him kind of a like, are you sure about this look?
I mean, can you gun? I guess if you're getting boarded, you I don't know. One of the two of us needs to be in those pilot seats. We might. Are you a fighter pilot guy? Do we need to get a fighter?
I actually don't have a ton of experience beyond basic training in small craft. I used to fly ferries and liners.
So you want to stay in the pilot seat and you want me to go fight off, make sure you're safe?
I think that may be the best solution to the problem. I should also mention that when I was flying one of these said liners, I flung a pirate shuttle off of the airlock by doing a certain maneuver and was able to pole vault it into an asteroid, and it was quite a moment. That was many years ago, but I do have experience with piloting a craft that is being forcefully boarded.
I mean, you just gotta shake him, right? Although that sounds awesome.
Ray gives Luca a look when you say you just got to shake him, right? And he's like, sure.
I mean, you'll show me how to do that later.
Yeah. If we should probably try to practice that when there aren't passengers on the ship, because everybody's going to get a little queasy. Gravity plating can only do so much.
All right.
Okay. So, do you guys amongst the players crew want to talk about where you're going to be in such an emergency, like regular space combat versus getting boarded? Like, what are your normal duties going to be? Just because you're having this conversation, and since we're here hashing it out, and that may or may not happen in this episode or the next.
All right. So since I'm gonna be in the pilot seat most of the time, I'd like the first turret, number 15, to be mine, so I could just run there real quick. Taylor,
Are you gonna be flying or shooting?
I mean, I can run back and shoot, and then Ray can take over the things.
So Ray comes up, relieves you as the pilot. You go get number 15.
I mean, Ray's in the co-pilot seat most of the time. He just takes over controls, and I sprint back a couple of blocks straight up into the turret. I think Taylor, since he's in the engineering rooms most of the time, should take this back one.
I'm gonna take that back one right there. It's the one I've been training on.
And that's your big gun.
Yeah, that's the pop-up triple turrets.
Yep.
Lasers.
I believe there's actually 2 of them. Yep, there are actually 2 turrets in that space that are pop-up triple turrets.
Oh, I need to erase this and draw 2.
Oh, that is interesting. You know, the character sheet for the Perfect Stranger doesn't match the deck plan I have. So I will let you guys decide. It can be either way, and it makes no difference to me as the GM. Turret 24 on this map is listed as a Sandcaster double turret, but on the character sheet for the Perfect Stranger, it's mounted as a double beam turret. It can be either one. But I would like the party to decide before we go any further, and feel free to talk. Feel free to talk about it.
Yeah, don't we kind of want a Sandcaster?
I mean, yes is the answer. We could, if we're double beam laser, that means we're just destroying stuff. Whereas a Sandcaster, we could like try to disperse lasers that are shooting towards us.
Right. That's a kind of defensive thing. I think it would be better to have a Sandcaster. But I get that then makes it a defensive weapon instead of like somebody gets on the turret and pew-pews.
Well, I guess that depends on what you're shooting at, because if you are in an EVA suit trying to board the ship and someone turns a Sandcaster turret on you, it's very offensive.
If we have
Hit with the same
passengers
blast.
while being attacked, do we have a plan as far as what we're doing with our passengers?
They're going to go to their staterooms and sit there
Okay.
and stay out of the way.
And that's pretty standard. Like you know how cruise ships practice their fire drills? Like most ships like yours, you might not practice it, but you would go over when everyone boards, hey, in the event of a piracy or boarding emergency, you will be locked in your cabin. You will be restricted to your quarters. If abandoned ship is called, you'll do blah, 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 blah. Like you'll go over and your overhead compartment, blah, blah, like you'll have all that.
The steward bot goes down the hallway. This is your exit here.
It would. That's exactly part of its job. It's part of the steward job. And it would be doing that. And that's normal. It's not like it would, bother passengers. Every ship does that.
Every hour on the hour. This is your exit here.
Main lights go from white to red.
Oh, yeah.
What about you, Aiden? Where are you going for space combat and borders?
That's what I was thinking about. I'm like, okay, if I don't need to worry about passengers or anything like that, I'm probably heading down to room 21. Again, I'm looking at doing engineering support along with comms and electronic stuff as well.
So 21's the operations center. That's where you're at now. That's actually it has nothing to do with ship operations. Like that is covert operations. That is surveillance, and like we had this discussion with Kizik at one point in time early on. And I pointed out to him, so I'm pointing out to you now, that you cannot do like electronics comm jamming from 21. You would have to either do that from the bridge, or if you wanted to do an actual engineering thing to the engine, you'd have to be in 12 or 22 to work on the engine. But if you want to do what you sound like you want to do, which is like electronics warfare and sensors operations, you would want to be on the bridge.
Yep. So that's
Also worth noting that is already the specialty of another player.
Okay. So engineering is actually a specialty of another player also.
No, I'm a mechanic, not an engineer. But yes, I get it.
Right. Well, we've got Junkrat, right?
Not a player, NPC, but yes.
Oh, we're doing NPC. Okay, so I'm not looking. Okay, so that's fine. So you're doing. So I will do. I'll do the engineering stuff then.
Okay. You have a 0 in everything for engineering, right? Except for 1?
Correct. Well, engineering is 0 for everything, actually.
Okay. So you're a general engineer.
Correct.
Okay. So Junkrat will be down there with you, and you may want to keep that in mind because depending on what you want to do, and there are a lot of things you can do, I suggest taking the time to give that some thought as we go through this session, regardless of whether it happens. Things that you may want to consider doing in the different categories: M drive, power plant, J drive, life support, all of those have both offensive and defensive possibilities in a space combat or a boarding scenario.
Are those listed in a book somewhere? Like those different kind of what you can do with them?
Yes and no. There is no definitive list. The High Guard book has a very short, like one paragraph. It like arbitrarily mentions things like, hey, with a life support check, you can increase the gravity exponentially in certain sections of the gravity plate, which we've talked about many times in game.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah. But there's also a table in High Guard that says you can overclock your power plant to provide extra power, or overclock your M drive to provide extra thrust, or this, that, and the other. They're very difficult engineering checks that give you very specific benefits. But they're also the kind of things that, like, if you suddenly have an extra point of thrust on this ship has a thrust of 1, so it's really slow. So you could double the ship's thrust for a certain number of rounds. But if the pilot doesn't need that thrust in that moment, you've just made a very difficult check and added wear and tear on the engines and possibly exploded the ship. So you have to coordinate those kind of things with the rest of the party.
Make sure we're trying to get away.
Yeah, or get behind someone. Like you have to have a need for that. Submarine warfare is a much better analogy for space combat and traveler at this scale than fighter combat. It's not that fighter combat doesn't have a place in space combat. It's just that with this size of ship, it's a lot more important to see someone or be seen, or getting to fire first. Often in the space combat scenario, the first good volley determines the rest of the fight. Which leads me back to Captain Steele. You have a specialty that relates to something I just said.
I am the captain. And I know a little bit about submarine operation.
I was referring to a more statistical thing.
Oh, I can play with comms, and I'm very good at the anti-boarding stuff. It's the thing that I do.
I thought you had a rank in sensors, but you don't on this sheet.
No, I have comms.
Oh, that's very interesting.
I have the same electronic skills that Aiden has.
Oh, you guys have the exact same skills. Oh, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty scary.
Well, I mean, we had very similar background, story, skill things. But yeah, there's.
We could be double as dangerous if we're together then, right?
Well, I don't know how scary the comm skill is. So
Scarier than you might think.
I'm just kidding.
I mean, I will absolutely accept creative ways of using it. Especially if you can come up with something that is like truly one of those awesome, rule of cool in this moment things. Yeah.
I mean, we'll figure it out.
Okay, so speaking of piracy, you guys have your little meeting, and then you revert to real space, and you are in the black of space between two planets, allowing your J drive to cool down. You are now here.
Yay! Middle of nowhere.
Middle of nowhere. And I want to know, as you come out of jump space, like who's in what position? Why don't you guys move your tokens and move your NPCs where you'd want them to be?
Boop.
Holmes is like, I need a captain's chair really badly.
I'm right next to my cat.
I have faith in my pilots that I don't need a chair. That I'm just going to be like, they're just that amazing.
Extra big seatbelts.
Okay.
That being said, Luke is going to throw me through the window.
I believe Aiden is in the sensor seat. So
He is indeed.
I will allow checks from Luca
That's
or
where
Aiden.
I was for before, so sorry.
Yep, that's good. You go ahead and I just want you to make a roll for sensors, and Luca can also make it too, because you can do remote sensors from anywhere on the ship or anywhere on the bridge. But I believe the actual station is where Aiden is.
Makes sense.
Sensors is education.
Sensors is education, yes, sir.
I rolled a 9. I got a 1 in education and a 0 in sensors. It's a 10.
I got a 7.
Okay, well, 7 isn't going to cut it, but a 10 will. So you're going to go ahead and Luca went into comms too. Everybody went into comms. Luca, you're going to notice that there's another ship. It's about half an AU away, which is half the distance between Earth and the Sun. So it's pretty far away. It's not within visual range. It's emitting sporadic electronic signatures, but to have jumped out into the middle of space and have a ship be that close it's incredibly unlikely. The erratic electronic signature suggests that it's been damaged or wrecked, or is having some sort of issues, but you only have radar and lidar, so you can only pick up its shape, that it's spinning. You would be able to tell that it's moving in a slightly uncontrolled fashion, like tumbling. And you get an occasional burst of EM from it.
Aiden, you seeing this? Captain, I got a ping.
What do you got?
It's erratic electronics. There's a ship. It's half an AU away. It doesn't look like it's under its own control.
What do we have as far as, do we have anything like asteroid belts, nebula clouds, anything else out there, or is it just open space?
There is nothing within your immediate vicinity.
It looks kind of clear as far as I can see. Yeah.
Roger. I'm going to call down to engineering. Taylor, how long do we have till we can jump again?
I'm checking spool up time now. It's going to be...
If it were an emergency, you could jump right now. However, following normal maintenance operations, you should let it chill for at least a few hours, if not a day.
She's still chilling and spilling a little bit. I mean, if you got to jump, we could jump now, but it's still pinging a little bit, It's still hot. Should let it cool off a little bit if we can.
Roger. Aiden, do we have any... Are we close enough that we can sense any sort of life forms on there, on the ship, or just the ship and sporadic EM stuff?
Your ship doesn't have those sensors.
Man, we need to get better sensors.
Truthfully, in Traveler, it's very uncommon to have those sensors. 99% of the ships you're going to run into only have radar and lidar.
Then I'm going to look at the guys on the bridge and like, what do you think? Should we go check it out or leave it alone?
I mean, we just got a shipbreaker. I mean, it's also clearly a trap.
Should we try and send out a communication message to it and see if we can hail it?
No, not yet. They don't know where they're here yet. Or I'm gonna call down to engineering, and request Junkrat to the bridge.
Okay, Junkrat's gonna be right there, Cap. And a few moments later, she'll come onto the bridge. Yeah, what you need?
And I'm gonna show her what we have on the sensors and what's your opinion on this as somebody who's been out here doing this kind of thing before?
Oh, well, that's quite a little gem to come across in the blackness of space. Very, very, very unusual to stumble upon a ship like this. Obviously, appears to be a wreck, a relatively recent one, relatively speaking, of course. Since it's still emitting some EM, it must have some sort of power, even if it is intermittent. Probably very dangerous the way it's tumbling. I would need a very good pilot to stabilize it. Could be good salvage. Could be very profitable.
Request GG to the bridge.
Okay. GG, being sort of aloof. Yes, Captain? Do you need a beverage?
No. Since I don't have any like life form sensors, are you able to sense to see if there's any other life forms out here? Like, can you do that? Is that possible?
It's a very personal question to ask a telepath.
Oh, so it's like, it's real far away.
It is, yeah. I was about to say, I don't know if she's a really powerful telepath, but you may have to get much closer for her to do it if she can. I actually have to look something up real quick.
So my question isn't to have her do it now. My question is, can she do it at all?
Yes, she can do it. I believe that's a base telepathy skill. I'm trying to find the psi part of the book.
It's called Sense Life.
Yeah, I know what it's called. I just can't remember if it's a base skill or not. You have to like train into them.
That's all Sammy Sapphire had.
Here we are. Okay, so telepathy, life detection. Most elementary form of telepathy is the ability to detect the presence of other minds. Yes, she has it. She can use it from a distant yeah, she can do it. Now, let's see if she trusts you enough to tell you that, because that's a whole nother thing, because it's a very personal question to ask telepaths, like how they can use their telepathy. Would you like to make a roll of like leadership or something to inspire some trust?
Yes. Let me look at my stat sheet, not her stat sheet.
Well, that's where stat sheet went. I made a new one because I couldn't find it. Now
Yeah, she's got two.
It's over here.
Yeah, well, I have one, and there's one on the side.
Yep.
Is there a leadership skill on there that I'm just not seeing?
It should be on the right-hand side.
There it is. Go figure. The captain is not trained in leadership, but I am trained in persuasion.
I will accept persuade roll.
I'm going to explain to her that
I want you to use your social.
I'm like the worst person to be a captain.
If it's emotional, it's social.
Oh yeah, no, it makes sense. I just that will give me straight dice, so it's not bad. I still have faith in my skill. So I'm going to explain to her that the reason I'm asking is so that we can assess whether or not we're walking into a trap. Because it looks like very trap-like, and if any advantages that she can give us would be appreciated. Here goes nothing. Oh, I got a whole whopping 6. Man, I'm not good with dice.
Okay. That's a marginal failure. So it's not a complete failure. It's marginal failure. And she's going to be like, it's just I'm uncomfortable with directly talking about such things, but I would never let you or the crew come into harm's way if there was anything I could do about it.
Well, I appreciate the information. Thank you.
You have a very full bridge right now.
I do. I mean, like, as of right now, we're far enough away that we're relatively safe. We've got people actively watching the sensors. We've got a choice. Do we want to go attempt this? It could be a lucrative operation if we could do it to salvage this thing. It also very potentially could be a trap. Or we could just sit here, keep people on sensors. We let the engine room rest and then jump out of here.
I think you're obligated by law if it was throwing up a SOS, right? That we'd have to check it out.
Yes,
But
if there were an active distress beacon, which there is not, you would be required by law to investigate and render aid if possible.
But we don't have an SOS.
You do not. It's just a Hulk spinning in space.
Which is what makes it lucrative, because it's not calling anybody else, and we're the only ones here that we know of.
Well, the M drive's nice and ready to go if you want to scoot on closer.
Anybody else have any opinions?
Let's go get it.
Right,
Yeah, let's go check it out.
Ray's going to be like, when he says anyone else have any opinions, he'll be like, you could send the launch, which has a much smaller EM signature, to take a closer look, but I would advise against trying to dock with a spinning Hulk like that. It's going to be, as the WAP has pointed out, leaning towards Junkrat, he's going to say, a very difficult maneuver to stabilize that ship, even with the perfect stranger. But you absolutely would not want to try that in a shuttle.
Can you and Luca do it in the...
If we both work together, I think we can do it.
Yeah, of course.
Who wants to jump in a shuttle?
No, not with the shuttle, with the big ship.
Yes.
No. The shuttle is for getting closer, and does the shuttle have any sensors? Basics.
The shuttle has basic sensors, just like the Perfect Stranger does. Here's the shuttle's.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I wonder if Junkrat has the ability to actually jerry-rig some better sensors.
I think I like Ray's idea. And just scooting the shuttle closer to see what we can do, and bringing in the Perfect Stranger a little ways behind.
Okay. Looks like Luca's already doing flight prep on your launch.
I heard he wants to fly a shuttle. You gotta tell me twice.
All right. I still got a pilot. I still got an engineer. I think we got this.
Okay.
And I only need... Yep. So we will cover you guys with the big ship.
Okay. So the Boaz brothers are taking the launch to get closer?
And my family's ceremonial blade. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to let my brother go by himself.
Nope. I like the concept. Homer, get to your gun.
Aye, Captain. He doesn't know which one's his, so he jumps in the sandcaster.
Homer, 24. Lasers.
24 is not lasers.
24 seconds.
24. No.
He can be in 15, though, because Luca's not here.
Sweet.
Yeah, but if the captain tells him, he absolutely will. But Homer heard Lucas say 15's mine, so he's very reverent of you guys, so he's not going to jump in there without being told.
Homer, 15.
Yeah, and he runs up there. It's I'll make sure I leave the seat in the same setting.
Don't mess with his little bobblehead guy that's sitting on his turret.
Hey, why is there a little helicopter sight rigged to this thing? He knows it's electronic controls. You know what? Never mind. It's fine.
Helicopter sight and a couple of 100 poker chips.
No, you can't leave with the launch yet. You haven't screamed for liberty yet.
Liberty bibbity. All right, so go ahead and give me a piloting roll to go ahead and close this time. It's going to take you a little bit of time on a Thrust 1 launch to get out there ahead. I'm assuming you want to go right up to the other ship, or as close as you can.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to help any way I can.
Would you like to run the sensors?
I would do that.
Okay.
And the ship's rolling, right?
The other ship is rolling. This ship isn't.
Yeah, the safari ship is rolling, right?
It's a routine check. You only need a 6 to pass, Luca.
I pass.
I rolled a 3. I have a 1 in spacecraft and a 2 in dexterity for a 6.
Ooh. Oh, okay, 6. Good. I thought you were going to say you had a 5. It's like, that's not going to work. Okay, and you pass your sensors check? Okay.
Yes.
So, Luca gets the ship launch on its way out there. Last time you guys were using the ship launch, you guys were doing an EVA to like wiretap a ship. And you guys are just, because you got like 2 or 3 hours to kill of just thrust 1. So you guys are chatting about, your various things and blah, blah, blah. And you're just tapping away on sensors. And finally, your optical sensor kicks in, gives you a basic optical sensor. So now, like, you can see the ship and you can, point your camera at it and zoom on it a little bit. You can tell that it's a safari ship. Give me a perception check. Actually, both the Lopez brothers can give me a perception check if they want. Also, everyone back on the ship has a couple of hours to kind of sit here and do things. So if there's something you want to do, just let me know.
I got a 10 on my recon.
Ooh, that's real good. Luca, how'd you do?
Perception is recon.
Plus intellect.
I got a 9.
Okay, you both did really good. So, couple things you're going to notice immediately off the bat. First off, the safari ship is a recreation. You guys have been in the Alliance enough, and with your really good rolls, you can tell that this is one of the knockoffs that's been made here in the islands. So it's not actually your full TL-12 version. Has the same hull shape, has the same, the same general characteristics, but it's just not quite as advanced. So it's likely a Jump 1 engine with extra fuel tanks that are going to dig into some of the space. The second,
Not a safari, a star furry.
yeah,
It's just a little bit different.
yeah. One of the other things you're going to immediately notice, probably before you notice that it was a knockoff, is it's full of holes. The ship has been shot to shit. Atmosphere has completely drained from it. The EM signatures you're getting are like different wires that are shorting out as the ship tumbles. It is 110% been pirated. The turret has been ripped off, not by weapon fire, but someone has physically removed the turret. There's giant chunks where people have like cut chunks of the hull around engineering up, where they've like tried to salvage the jump drive. The air raft bay and the launch space appear to have been gutted. Doesn't mean that there's nothing valuable on this ship. There's absolutely could still be incredibly valuable stuff, but the really obvious external stuff has been, like, the ship has been pirated and salvaged.
Well, we should, I'm going to get on comms and let our team know that back on the Perfect Stranger. Maybe get Junkrat on the line. Yeah. What do you think, bro? I don't know if it's going to be worth looking into. It's not even intact anymore.
I mean, there's still parts, but more scary. This thing is still spinning off things. There's probably a pirate somewhere nearby.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, once bitten, twice shy. We got trapped last time, so... Not to admit, I mean, there could be stuff on there. I've never been on was that a Star Fury? I don't know. But,
Star Fury means something to us sci-fi fans, so you shouldn't use that one.
Okay.
I've got a 3D model of one 3 feet away from me.
What's it from? Star Fury?
Yeah, it's from Babylon 5, and if you haven't seen it, you should watch it. Totally worth.
Watch that.
Totally worth. So if you got Junkrat on the line, she is going to immediately come up and be like, absolutely, from the information you're giving me, there's totally going to be profitable, like, there's going to be stuff on there to grab. Pirates tend to grab the big stuff and really crudely and move away quickly in case someone comes to investigate any distress signals. That doesn't mean that there's not a pirate lurking out there somewhere, or that they didn't lay booby traps, which is another thing that, as a shipbreaker, I can kind of help you with. But you are also correct in that it's a dangerous thing. The ship's hull integrity has obviously been compromised. When we move to stabilize it, if any of those hull pieces buckle, it could break into different pieces. It's not a not hazardous operation, but if you choose to do it, I believe it will be profitable.
Sounds like it's a captain decision.
Well, that's one way to answer that question.
No contest.
Right.
Okay.
I think he went to unmute and disconnected from the call.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Again.
Again.
Luke is like, no, it's my turn.
No, like
Yeah, who's second in command, right?
Of this boat, this vessel right now, I have the higher leadership.
Yeah, but I'm like actively flying it.
That makes you the pilot, not the captain.
Oh, wait a minute. No, don't get me wrong. You're right. But the last time I mentioned that, you were all like, no, riverboat captains pilot their own.
I know. That's because at the time I was arguing the other side.
Yeah, it suited your purpose.
I know. That's how you argue things.
Taylor now has his sword out and he's like saying, "Are you sure you're still-"
Right? Do you sure you want to be captain? Look, this is a dangerous proposition, but I'm all for. We've got a shipbreaker, like a real expert in this. So if we were going to try it, let's do it now.
Yeah, we also have an empty cargo bay because we just jumped once. So let's fill that sucker up.
Oh, that's a good point too.
Okay, Ronan is having technical issues. He's trying to tell me how long it's going to take him to suss it out. And if it's longer than like a minute, I'm just going to be like, we're just going to go with it.
This is why you pay your bills, kids.
Yeah. I mean, he's still in the tabletop simulator. He's just having issues with Discord, I think.
Oh, it's Discord.
So, okay. Oh, it's actually his headset that died. Okay, that might be a minute. So let's go ahead and go with the decision is made to salvage the ship. How do you guys want to go about doing it? Junkrat's preference is to get you guys to fly the launch back, prep the front bay for receiving cargo, which is a conversion that you guys can do while the ship is coming back, and then dock with it, and then pull things in through the front cargo hatch.
Oh, Junkrat.
Like that?
Yeah, pretty much. So, but to do that, she's gonna need help. Like while the Boaz brothers are flying back, and it's gonna take a few hours. Like Aiden, you're gonna need to like help with Junkrat. Ray can probably help. He's probably brawny enough. And then you guys have that crew droid down there, which can lift heavy things.
So we're all down in 23 then, or
yeah. So basically, what Ghost just did that was like the super nonchalant thing of let's just slide everything down. You guys have to physically do that with things that weigh several tons in the cargo bay. So, Junkrat's going to be like, I know a little bit about how to do this, but some of this cargo is really specific. I've never seen one of those before, and she points to the helicopter.
Well, do we have a hauler or anything like that? Like some type of huge crane that runs up along the ceiling or anything like that would help move stuff, or do we not have that?
Yes and no. So most cargo containers are built so that they can be slid and moved, either on grav plating or on special wheelies and stuff. But some of your cargo, like the helicopter specifically, does not have that kind of thing. So moving the crates is a matter of doing a little bit of manual labor. But there's no crane built into it. That's a super like that's super low tech solution for the Traveler universe. Like you change the gravity and then you move things. That's how you lift stuff in a cargo bay. But you also have this droid, this crew droid over here, that's amongst other things able to lift heavy objects.
Does this unicycle actually have a crane on the front of it?
Yes, it does, as a matter of fact. Would you like to see the stat sheet for it? Right here.
I'm assuming that scale is not correct compared to the rest of the vehicles in there.
No, it is not.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I'll only have to.
The Blop didn't care about that unicycle of death.
The Blop loves that unicycle of death. But the Blop has not had time to investigate things like that unicycle of death yet. I was trying to give Aiden the puzzle to sort out.
Oh, is this where we do the fox chicken and the rice? Is this how we go across the... Okay. So let's go ahead and let's do the easy stuff first. We'll go ahead and start moving all the containers over. Start getting those migrated over. Take care of the simple stuff.
Okay. So it's, Junkrat, you say move the stuff, and she has a big heavy suit, and she tells the labor droid to help push the other one. She adjusts the gravity on the plates specifically that they're on so that she can slide them easier, and brings them over here and then resets the gravity.
Do we have any type of... I like to look around the thing. Do we have any type of skids that maybe I can... Well, I guess I'm assuming the truck, we're just going to drive the thing back, right?
Okay, that's an easy solution. It's completely acceptable. I assume that you guys have ratcheted down your vehicles with like ratchet straps to the deck.
Yeah.
But now is a time to say whether or not you've done that and how you want to do it in the back bay.
Okay, so we have ratcheted it down. We are going to unratchet it and drive the vehicle back here and then re-ratchet it down for securing.
Okay.
Except we will try to load it as far back into the back corner as we can to make more room for more stuff if we need it.
Roll me an engineering life support roll.
Engineering, well, gosh, okay. All right. And you said life support. So I rolled a 10, education is 1, so got an 11.
Okay. So you realize that turning on an internal combustion engine in a spaceship is probably not a great idea, but that if you do it really quickly and turn up the filtering, you can temporarily mitigate the fact that you're about to turn on an internal combustion engine in an enclosed container.
Or what we could do is I just changed my mind. We actually have this heavy robot that likes to pick up and move stuff, and is probably very heavy on its own. We get in the car, driver's seat, turn it on, turn it in neutral, and let it coast to have the robot push it back.
The robot can totally push it back. It's not bigger than you; it's human size, but it is.
Oh, right.
But it is very strong for its size.
Definitely strong.
Yeah. So it can totally do that, and you can just push it back. You can put it in park.
Perfect. I'm going to assume that since we already ratcheted down the vehicle, we have ratcheted down also the helicopter.
Mm-hmm. Helicopter's a little bit more tricky because it's on skids.
Okay, so it's on the skids. That you're talking about, the skids for the landing gear.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. Do we have any type of flat material or anything like that we could actually somehow get underneath the skids, or we could actually control the gravity of it on one big specific portion and then be able to move it that way?
Sure. I mean, I imagine that you had to do something similar to that to get it into the cargo bay. Don't get me wrong. This type of helicopter is light enough that 4 people could probably grab it and pick it up. This is a very lightweight helicopter. But I'm going to guess that you didn't do that to put it in here, that you probably have some sort of dolly or something you used for cargo-wise.
Gotcha. So we're going to go ahead and grab that dolly and make use of it in order to move that helicopter back then.
Okay. It's going to be a little bit of an ungainly operation. You're going to need multiple people to coordinate. So go ahead and give me a dexterity check.
Okay.
Since you have a bunch of people helping me, you can take a boon.
Oh, boon. Okay. Let me get another dice here. Oh, that didn't really help out much. Okay. So rolled a 5. Dexterity comes in at 0, and endurance. Oh, sorry, dexterity was 0 again. So I've only got a 5 out of that.
So, as you're moving the helicopters and you've taken the ratchet straps off, the blades spin freely, and one of them smashes into a pylon in the doors that separate the two sides. And the blade is completely broken. The helicopter is otherwise intact, but one of the carbon fiber blades that causes it to lift, one of the lifting blades, has been smashed.
Well, the brothers are going to kill us for that.
All the other two crew members are like, "What's this us shit? We didn't do it. You were in charge."
Hey, the robot did it. The K-62. That's what, dude. Why'd you do that? All right, now we got to go over. So I'm going to run over and grab the mass destruction thing, and then bring that over here.
Junkrat says, "Is this salvage now?"
It is not salvage. No, we don't touch that yet. We may need to repair it, but right now we're going to kind of put a sheet over it to hide it from the brothers so that when they get back, they can't see it.
To be clear, you jump on the unicycle of death and drive it back in here?
No. I'm just going to, again, put it neutral and drag the thing back here. It's a motorcycle, so.
Damn it.
I did not want to turn on the combustion engine. Sorry.
Well, this one doesn't have a combustion engine. This one has an electrical engine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't do that. I assumed it was internal combustion. So
most vehicles are electrical engines. The only reason the Rock is internal combustion is because we specified it was built low tech in a low tech world.
It just came from the A-team, you know.
Yeah, it did. Dude, you should have been in the Dresden campaign. I was so happy with this thing. I'm still so happy with this thing. Like, it's so good.
All right, now I did not do that to the helicopter. Just want to let you know. Not my fault.
All right, so a quote-unquote successful moving of cargo has accomplished. And about this time, the shuttle redocks. Let's see. K-62 is going to stay in the cargo bay because he hasn't really been given any reprogramming. Junkrat's going to be in engineering. Aiden, you want to go back to the bridge?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Shuttle docks.
My sparrow sense is going off. No, I'm just kidding.
We're both holding hands going,
Oh, gosh.
Something's wrong. I feel a disturbance.
Well, that does raise a question. Aiden, do you tell them what happened?
Absolutely not. Not until
not until we need it. It is
not until you see it. Right. And like I said, I've already put a sheet over the thing, so you can't really see. It's just a dust cover, you know?
You put the ratchet straps back on and you try to make it like hold the...
That's right.
Yep.
See, he was going to say something, but as we step off, he sees me with the sword in my hand, and he's like, you know what? Probably not a good time.
Maybe in a minute.
Was that a little bit of pee? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Hey!
Many decisions were made in your absence.
Yay! Chain of command works.
That is true.
We're here to tell you the good news.
All right, what'd I miss?
Aiden, do you want to tell us what?
Well, yeah. So stuff was moved from the front cargo bay to one cargo bay behind there. As you can see, some of the stuff moved from the front back one. Everything was 100% intact. Nothing was damaged. There's a dust cover we did put over the helicopter, though. It was just to cover some dust. But yeah, nothing was damaged. And that's kind of where we're at right now. And of course, the ship launch is on its way back, so that we can start.
The ship launches.
It's already back. Yeah, so it's back. Yes. This is what was happening in the meantime. So that's why the ship launch is back. But like I said, I just want to let everybody know that everything moved perfectly. There was no damage.
I believe you skipped over the really important thing of they decided to salvage the ship.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're salvaging the ship, but I'm focusing on me right now. Nothing is wrong with anything in the cargo bay. I just want to let everyone know that. Got that, Captain?
Yeah. When we're done here, I'm going to go investigate the cargo bay.
It's going to be... Nope, it's all right. Trust me. I've been there.
So he says that to you as Taylor and Luca are, they've docked the shuttle and they're doing their things and they walk back in. Do you walk down to the cargo bay, their homes?
Not at the moment because I'm still looking for pirates. Because we've apparently decided to salvage the ship. I feel like there's more important things to do than go look there. But I'm going to.
Did you
No,
did you
plus
still have a
there's
working
nothing to see down
headset? Did you have a working headset when we were talking about the condition of the ship?
Yes.
Okay.
I ended at when I said I want a Star Fury.
I can print
Last thing.
I can print you one.
Yay! Yeah, last thing I got was, Star Fury means something to us sci-fi people, and then I said, "Can I have a Star Fury?" And that's where it died.
Oh,
Or at least that's where I recognized that it died.
yeah. The next thing I said was, I have a model of one 3 feet away that I made on my printer.
Sweet.
And I'm in the process of making one for someone else, so I'll just make 2.
Yay.
You have to paint it though. I know. I know that breaks your heart.
Yeah.
Actually, come to think of it, I'll make you one, but I want you to paint mine. Probably way better.
Okay.
You're probably way better at it than I am.
Okay. So we're salvaging the ship. Launch is back. We've moved stuff out of the bay, so we have the bay available.
Yeah.
So when Aiden went down to move all the stuff, did we have anybody watching the sensors?
Ray was on the helm the entire time, and he was also checking sensors.
Okay.
He has nothing to report.
Aye.
He has been prepping the ship. He's been tuning the controls so that he can get finer control out of the M drive, because he's prepping to go do a very delicate maneuver to try to stop the other ship from tumbling. That's what he's been concentrating on the most of the time.
Sweet. All right. How much time do you need, Ray?
I can do it en route. We're gonna have to burn over there for like 2 or 3 hours. So
Sweet. I'm gonna go down and take a look at the cargo bay while we go. Keep manning the sensors and looking for anything that's amiss.
okay. So you go down to the cargo bay.
Prep my exosuit.
So you back suit, but yes, good idea. Very good idea. Because it does take about 10 minutes to properly put on a vac suit. So Holmes, you come down here. K62 is in his charging station in the front, just as normal. The partition between this bay has been pulled back, so that it is now in cargo configuration all the way back to this wall. And as you walk in, you give everything a once over. Go ahead and give me a perception check. You can take a +1.
One day dice will like me.
But they don't.
So no, they don't. With my +2 plus an extra +1, I'm still at a 7.
No, 7's a marginal failure.
Yay!
So a marginal failure means that in this case, you are going to notice that someone has draped a very large drop cloth that was in storage over the glass sparrow for reasons you cannot begin to fathom. And that's it. That's all you're going to notice.
Okie dokie.
Everything looks rigged to open the front doors and accept salvage.
All right. Well, then I'm going to move my way back up to the bridge and request Junkrat give us a brief on how and what we need to do once we stabilize the ship.
Okay, Junkrat
So
comes
we can prepare.
back up from engineering and is just like, okay, so anyone who's going over needs to understand that there will be electrical and structural hazards on the ship. Assume every surface you touch could be electrified, and that any structural members that you remove could cause the ship to separate or implode.
Not dangerous at all.
I didn't say it wouldn't be dangerous. I said it would be profitable.
Yeah.
So she goes
Who are
over.
we sending over?
Yeah, she goes over a long list of this can kill you, and this can kill you, and this can kill you, and this can kill you like this or like this. So, looks like Taylor's definitely going. Anyone else volunteering for EVA duty? If you don't have any ranks in vac suit, I wouldn't suggest it. But if you do have ranks in vac suit and you want to go,
All right, I'll go.
okay. So we got Aiden and we got Taylor.
Captain, you want me to go or you want me to stay here on the ship?
I want you to stay with the ship because you're going to be helping Ray out. At least that was my understanding.
Yeah, okay, let's stabilize the ship.
Okay.
So
Ray,
Aiden, Taylor, and Junkrat are all going?
they are prepped to go when we get to that point. But I was mainly asking Holmes because I noticed you have a rank in vac suit.
I absolutely want to go, but in a possible piracy thing, like this isn't Star Trek. The captain's not going on the away team.
Okay. K62 is absolutely he is suited to this task for a limited exposure to space. Oh, wait, I have his stats over here. Gotta look something up. I gotta see how long he can tolerate it.
It would just be cool if somebody could like remote control him or just play as him as we're over there.
You can do that in a couple of different ways. First off, this crew droid does come with an override switch where you can use remote ops from the bridge to remotely control virtually this droid. That is absolutely a thing he has.
So cool.
It can also be enhanced so that it's like VR, so that you are the droid. But you don't have that current enhancement.
We should just get 6 of these things. Fucking, oh my god, we just sit in chairs and pilot these things around. Sorry.
I wish we had that kind of money, but I don't think we can afford it.
It would just, it'd be a cool campaign though.
It can perform damage control duties even outside the ship while in vacuum. It doesn't seem to specify how long. So I'm going to say that as long as it's not out there for, days, it's probably going to be okay. More on that to follow when I actually get time to read the entire article. Okay, but first and foremost, Luca and Ray are like, all right, so how do we want to do this? And this is me as the GM saying, Luca, how do you want to do this check? Do you want to have Ray just give you a boost? Or do you want to make a task chain out of this where both you and Ray roll? And he syncs the ship up to its spinning and you dock the ship, for example. And we do rolls for both.
So he's got the real fine controls that he was setting up on his side, and the whole 2-hour trip down there, I was like, oh man, I didn't. That's a very, your stuff with these big ships. You get us. No, there's no fine controls. Or you're gonna dock in. I'll just get us close.
Okay, so you're going to do the approach, and he's going to do the docking. So that means you're going to roll first, and he's going to take the effect of your roll.
Are we, for the docking, how are we putting our people into the ship? Are we trying to dock to an airlock, or are we just finding a hole big enough for them to walk into?
So what you're going to do, because you don't have a grapple arm on this ship, is you're going to have to try to dock your airlock at 18 to their airlock. And then you're going to use that connection to slow the ship slowly, which is why he needs the fine controls, so you don't rip the airlock apart.
Good times.
Yeah, that's the only way you can do it on a ship that's not equipped to salvage.
All right.
That doesn't mean you have to enter through the airlock. That's just how they're slowing it down. But you can if you want to. All right, so Luke is going to make his roll for the approach. This is to sync him up.
I rolled a 10. Plus 1 plus 2 is a 13.
Okay. That's in effect of 5.
5 if it's an 8.
It's an 8 to pass.
So that's a plus 5.
Okay. And then he has to make a formidable check to do the shock. So he needs a 12 to pass. He has your plus 5 and his plus 5. He has a plus 10 to this roll. So really this roll doesn't matter because even if he rolls snake eyes, he's going to pass. However, if he had rolled snake eyes, I would have made it fail, but he didn't. So it's like a glove. Fits on, click, click, click. Slowly. It takes almost 30 whole minutes of him just tapping the thrusters to eventually slow the safari ship down to a stop. And now everything is at a relative stop. Let me flip over to the map for the safari ship. You guys have docked. Where is the external dock on this thing? It doesn't show on this. Oh, nope, it's in the front. So you guys have docked to the front right here on the lower side. So, airlock 18 here is mated to this airlock here on deck 1. Now, if you want to, you can try to come in through the airlock. There are plenty of hull breaches, so if you guys wanted to, you could just EVA out to the outside of the ship and come in through the hull breaches. I will tell you that the airlock on their side does not have power and is going to require some of that airlock knowledge I gave you guys earlier in the thing to open.
I was gonna kind of let Junkrat take lead,
Mhm.
but I'm gonna ask her hey, if we go airlock to airlock, the odds of it being a booby trap are greater, right? Like it might be just safer to go through one of the big holes. You think?
So, it is generally considered to be easier to go in through the hull breaches, if they are big enough, which they were. With that said, going in through the airlock allows us a very easy access in and out of the ship. So there's advantages to both sides. I tend to not use airlocks in this way unless I absolutely have to, because if you damage your external airlock, there's obviously problems with that.
Yeah, let's not risk it.
Okay. So do you want to exit through airlock 9? This one down here. The rear airlock that's over the wing. And then we can just EVA out through it.
Perfect.
You want us to open the front door, the bottom part of the ship?
Once we have stuff to move in there, yes. If there are pirates, you don't want to open an external wall. So you guys are going to, everyone who's going to is going to give me a vac suit check to, basically do anchor lines. I will say that the K62 bot has gecko hands. And so as you guys open the airlock, K62 will just basically go out and start like 4-limb walking along the hull out to where the airlock is connected and then out onto the hull of the safari ship. K62 is not very talkative. He's basically in remote control mode. Like even though he's not truly being remote controlled, like he's just, you give him a command and he goes does a thing. And he is reconnoitering the wreck before you guys get over there. So, let me do Junkrat's vac suit check.
I got an 11 on my vac suit.
Okay. Junkrat passes hers, and then Aiden, if you give me a vac suit check.
Vac suit 11.
Okay, you guys are great then. So you guys are able to, they take anchor lines and slide yourselves over. So there's now a set of anchor lines that go from the airlock on 9 to the top of the safari ship. I'm not going to blow this thing up and make it full map size. We're just going to do theater of the mind. With that said, this place is an absolute wreck. It was blatantly a firefight. Like after the ship was blown apart, there was a little bit of a firefight. And as you guys are exploring the ship and telling me you're going through different sections, I'm going to give you different descriptions of stuff. So when you come through the main hole, it's actually going to be right here where the turret was ripped out. The bridge has a giant hole in the top, and then the turret was ripped out. So there's a big hole. This is the biggest hole that you can find. And all of you can end up right here where the bridge is. there's going to be the preserved corpse of an elderly man who's blatantly died from an impact trauma, probably when this bridge was shot, strapped to the main pilot/captain's chair. Most of the consoles in here are pretty beat up. Junkrat is going to immediately, I'm gonna roll shipbreaker roll. I'm going to immediately start going to the more expensive computer consoles, and she's got like burlap bags attached to her jumpsuit, and she's just like pulling server blades, looking at them over to see if they're valuable, shoving them in a pack, and then moving on. She's giving no mind to the body or the damage.
I will, though. But what does Aiden want to do?
So Junkrat's inside number 1 here, right? The bridge area, right?
My understanding is that all of you were in there.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I'm interested in going through this door and checking out some of these rooms on the side.
Okay, so this is an internal door, not an airlock. While it is an iris valve, they have all been cranked open manually, so all of these doors are open.
Okay.
So you walk down the hallway, you just tell me what you want to look at.
Okay. I'm just going to walk in this room right here,
Okay.
see what's in the room.
Okay. This room closest to the bridge looks like it was probably a crew quarters of some kind. There's a lot of personal effects in this ship. Give me a perception roll.
Okay, copy. Got an 8.
As you walk in here, on top of the normal personal effects you would expect to find, first off, it's obvious that there was a husband and wife in this quarters and that they were probably the ship's operators. On the wall, there is a picture of the man, obviously from when he was alive, who's strapped to the front seat, and a woman with ginger but graying hair beside him, and a little girl is probably their daughter on a picture and then on the table. You would also see that there is a cabinet next to the desk that has been flung open, and there is a set of there's a weapon rack there, and there is a cutlass missing, and then there's a bunch of other ship repelling, like border repelling tools that were kept in these quarters. Within 8, you're not going to see much more than that.
Gotcha.
Ghost, what about you?
None of these rooms could have held atmosphere in them, right?
That's not necessarily true.
Okay.
However, all those doors are open.
Okay. I'm looking for sign or spore of people.
Okay.
Same way Aiden is.
So you're going to go to each of those rooms, not look at one specifically?
If all the doors are open, I'm probably going to walk and, look in the first one. What's the first one look like?
Okay. So once again, crew member. Actually, no, this first one would be the little girl's room. So this is obviously a child's room. There's toys and various different things. You do not see a body. You can do a perception check for any additional information if you want to try, or you can move on to the next one.
Yeah, move on. Okay. Yeah.
You hear the sound of Junkrat moving down the hallway past you. She's been through the office. She's nonchalantly looking into each of the quarters, but she's not going in. And she ducks into this engineering area here. And you hear the sound of components being disassembled. Aiden, are you going down to the next one too? We can do these both at the same time.
Yeah, I'm going to continue going down.
Okay, both of you give me perception rolls for your next rooms.
Okay, got an 11 on that one.
Okay.
9.
Okay. Aiden, you find another crew member's room. This one is, once again, someone's been living here for a very long time. Single person's quarters. There's no pictures or anything for you to know the what, when, where, why of what this person was doing here, but it's very lived in and there's a lot of stuff. So it probably wasn't a guest. Taylor, you walk into what is blatantly a very wealthy person's quarters. Um, Aiden, you do notice that some of these personal effects are, I mean, if you're interested, they are probably worth some money. Like there's some finer clothing and equipment in here. Taylor, you've walked into a very wealthy patron. Like they didn't live here. They were definitely a guest. There's suitcases and stuff, but there's noble regalia and stuff in this quarters. There's quite possibly jewelry and stuff like that as well. And there is a large hunting rifle that's attached to one of the cases.
Okay. I'm gonna walk into this room then and start scoping out things that I can lift.
Okay. As you walk further in, you walk past the refresher, and there is a dead person in the refresher. It's definitely a noble.
Oh, fuck.
He looked like he was trying to seal the door and hide in there.
Is there any way that I can close the door?
You can close the door, yes. It's not going to hold any atmosphere, but...
I closed the door and then I lit out the breath that I was holding as I was doing it. I look up, just in the general vicinity of up, and I mutter something under my breath before I start stealing everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also going to start looting the stuff that looks like it's of anything of value, clothing, anything like that. Just going to start snagging it.
Guys on the bridge, if you want to direct the crew droid, or if you want to give remote guidance to Junkrat, you guys are welcome to, just so you have something to do during this event.
I am going to move my way over to the sensors and leave the salvaging to the people who know how to salvage, because we are at the absolute most vulnerable point of a starship with 0 speed, sitting here attached to another starship. I'm going to be completely worried about.
You're watching the sensors. Go ahead and give me a roll for it. Luca, are you interested in remote controlling the droid?
No, let Junkrat do it. I'm gonna go get in the Sandcaster turret.
Okay. All right. Well, Junkrat's actually going to call back and be like, guys, I can probably salvage the whole M drive off of this thing. It'd fill up our cargo bay. But I could probably get huge chunks of this thing. I can't get the actual drive. Like, they took the actual drive itself, but the coils are still in here. All of the infrastructure that makes it go. Like, the pirates blatantly didn't know what they were doing. They basically cut the engine in half. There's a lot of really valuable infrastructure in here we could take. I might even be able to salvage the power plant.
How much time would you need?
If we want the whole power plant, it would be days.
What can you get in hours?
Parts of a power plant. But I haven't explored the rest of the ship yet, so if we want to do a quick run, I should continue going through and grabbing loose stuff that's easy.
Continue going and getting loose stuff and making an overall assessment of the ship.
Metagame, I'm going to take a quick bio and I'll be right back. It's about that time.
Okie dokie. Turn any space cosmic dance party with the drone disco ball. These levitating disco balls, guided by drones, fill your room with pulsating lights and groovy beats. Elevate your parties with the drone disco ball, because every celebration deserves to defy gravity. It'll be pretty neat. I think that's probably going to happen. You're going to have drones, pre-pathed, flying around making art in the sky. You see it in China right now. It's going to happen here.
Oh, yeah.
You just got a 15-inch sub that's now in getting propelled by. Oh my goodness. EDM music just is now not just like left, right, but up, down.
Oh yeah, that would be wild. 360-degree like surround sound. Yeah. Directional. Omnidirectional. No.
I mean, just more directions than you're used to hearing.
It's true. I mean, your ears are kind of cupped, so you're really in predator mode, forward facing.
But every concert you've ever heard has speakers on the left and speakers on the right. And they haven't worried about like top, bottom, and then left, right behind you, top, bottom behind you.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
good point.
straight over you. Oh my goodness. Overwhelm all of your senses.
Yeah, that'd be an incredible concert.
I'm afraid to ask what we've walked into here.
It's all good.
Disco drone.
Disco drone. Okay. We'll have to ask more about that later. So, you guys finish doing the topside rooms. I'm just going to go ahead and give you one roll for the rest of it. And just give me one set of perception rolls from Aiden and Taylor.
$11.
5.
Okay. 11 is an effect of 3. Plus your earlier successes. Goodness. Two, three, 4. All right, of the easily pick-upable stuff that you find, these are some of the ones I have cards for. You will also find, survival gear and basically stuff for a safari. Looks like this ship was en route to some world to, do some hunting. Quite possibly some hunting that was going to bring some of it back alive. And most of the cabins that remain are not crew members. No, sorry, all the cabins that remain are not crew members. They are members of the safari.
So did you say there was jewelry in the room I was in? Or I found the big game rifle, right?
Yes, that the big game rifle is the one that's mounted on the wall. There was jewelry. Roll 1d6 for me. And I will just... it's the easy
5.
5. Okay.
I'm a snag, bag, and drag. Like a gangsta. Smash and grab.
All of these are mounted into basic jewelry.
Holy sheepskin. All right. Do vac suits have pocketses?
So Junkrat would have encouraged each of you to bring what she calls dump bags, which are basically just canvas bags with drawstrings on them. Yeah, basically. And she fashions some crude ones for you guys, so that you can just pocket things. Hers are already like so full that she's like come back and like She comes back from the engineering section before going to the other deck, and she's like stuffs Aiden and Taylor's pockets with stuff she's found so that she can empty her sacks. And it's like server blades and parts you don't even recognize. You're engineers, and you're like, what is that? It's from like you have to flip it over in your hand to be like, why do you need that component? But she's very certain about what she's taking. And then she's going to take the. Actually, there's a hole that goes straight through the middle of the ship, so she's actually just going to kind of float into deck 1, which is the lower deck of the ship.
I'm gonna go help her.
So first thing she's gonna be like is, oh, they stole the launch. There's no launch in the launch bay. I guess the pirates wanted something else. Let's check out the cargo bay. Might be something good.
Are you sure they stole it and they didn't? Maybe the little girl and the mom got away. Maybe.
She looks at it and she's like, yeah, maybe. Little girl and mom, I don't even know how you know that's the thing.
It's true. I don't know how I know either.
You do know because that's right. Aiden saw the picture.
I only saw the little girl's room.
Oh, you did see the little girl's room, and you saw the older man. So.
Yeah, I'm just hoping. I got my fingers crossed that the little girl got out of here.
Okay, so you guys come into the cargo bay. Give me a quick perception roll. Aiden, also, where are you going? Are you gonna go into like the dining area that's upstairs, or are you gonna come down or downstairs?
I'll start downstairs.
Okay, skip over the kitchen. What'd you get there, Taylor?
I got an 11.
Oh, that was a good time to get that good of a roll. You needed a 10. So you're in your vac suit, so there's no sound in space. But vac suits have a special ability that if there's a vibration in the ship hull, it can translate that, even if it's imperceptible to you, to like a sound in your helmet. And as you step into the cargo bay, there's a humming noise coming from one of the corners.
Junkrat, you feel that?
Indeed, something is powered in the corner. Probably an independent power source, considering the state of the rest of the ship.
The battery thing.
Yeah. Could be valuable.
Could be low berths. No? No,
So,
there's bigger than that.
Actually, as you walk over there, there is a single low berth. Actually, there's two low berths, but only one of them is occupied. But it is occupied and running. And there is the the boxes from the cargo bay have been moved in such a way as to like hide this corner. And as you move the boxes back to get in the corner, you are going to find the corpse of an older woman.
Redhead?
Yep.
Hey, Junkrat, can we move this low berth without killing the person inside of it?
Let me have a look. And she comes over and gives it a once over, and she's like, yes, this is a self-sustaining unit. She taps a few buttons on the side of the console. She's like, it's occupied. And it only has about 8 hours of independent power left.
Holy shit. How long has it been here?
She taps a few more buttons, and she's like, the unit has been running consistently since the occupant was put in 3 years and 46 days ago.
Okay. All right. You mind if I roll a life support check to get this? This is going to be my main priority now, to move it back to our ship.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
If I can put education to that, I rolled snake eyes. But I want to burn whatever I can to make it not snake eyes.
I'm just going to say that you don't know how to do it. This is an independent thing. It's not like this is
I've never seen something like this.
Yeah,
before.
you've never seen a unit like this one before.
It says Frigidaire on the side.
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to say it is you're too afraid to mess with it. You probably could figure it out, but if you hit the wrong button, you'll cut it off. And this is it.
I'm freaking out.
You're exposed to vacuum right now. So if it were to open, like if it were to start to go through the wake cycle right now, the occupant would be exposed to the vacuum of space. You can tell anybody what you found?
Yeah, I'm gonna get on comms as Junkrat shoulders me aside, and she's like, "Let me work on that." I'm gonna get on comms and be like, I found a passenger, somebody left alive here on the safari ship. Aiden, I think it's the little girl. I've got a hunch.
Whoa. Oh man. Do you need some help? We can come down and take a look at it. How's Junkrat doing?
She
Junk-
seems preoccupied.
Yeah, she rolled a 10. So she hits a few buttons and it separates from the deck, and she's like, I'm pretty sure we can move it. The crew droid would be a great asset here, as it can grapple to the deck without grav plating, and certain sections of this ship are going to be tight fits. Also, I should have mentioned earlier, there's no gravity on this ship. You guys are in 0G.
Oh, should be really easy to move then.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're on magnets. But everything else is floating, so it's like worth noting.
That's the way I was imagining the little kid's room. It's just like a little floating dinosaur.
Yep. That's funny. That's the first thing I thought too, a little toy dinosaur.
Right? All right. Yep. Priority number 1. I'm getting this thing back.
Okay.
You know, we should have asked Gigi to do her thing before we got on this boat.
She would not necessarily have been able to detect someone in low Earth. Or did you mean other people?
Yeah, we just forgot to ask her. Like, I think we meant to, and then we just didn't.
Oh no, I think we asked her, and I think she gave us her answer. Is that she's going to do her thing, and make sure we don't get in trouble. But it was very obvious that she didn't want us to ask her.
Yeah, the implication of her conversation was meant to be, if I know something is going to go wrong, I will tell you.
Gotcha.
So the crew droid's going to get to work moving the low berth, and is going to successfully move the low berth all on his own. That leaves the rest of the crew free to do whatever they want to do. Junkrat,
I'll help Junkrat. Yeah.
Junkrat is going to go through everything but the trophy lounge. The trophy lounge, like when Taylor looks in it, he's going to be like, holy shit, look at all the like liquor bottles, and like there's so much valuable shit in there, but none of it's technology. So Junkrat's like, yeah, it's worthless, and just keeps walking. But there's so much shit in here that is worth money.
Huh. Aiden, come check this out. I wonder why the pirates didn't hit this.
I don't know. We got to go check this out.
Oh, it's been looted. They just didn't take the vast majority of it.
Got a bunch of stuff left behind then, huh?
Yeah. I mean, but when you think about it, it makes sense, because how much shit can you put in your pockets? Like,
Yeah.
if you're a pirate, you're just as nervous about being around the shipwreck as you guys are salvaging it.
We get ourselves like a wheelbarrow and have the droid come back with a wheelbarrow and just fill it up.
Need a Dottie.
Yeah.
Well, it was once again, how long do you want to spend here? Because the captain's already said you only have hours. So though you could totally loot that whole room if you had days.
Well, we get a bunch of us in there looking at the thing and just kind of doing the speed shopping type thing, dumping stuff into like a Dottie.
But you don't have a Dottie. There's no such. Yeah.
What can we grab from in here?
You can.
And how long has it been?
So at this point, Junkrat's been speed running. It's been about an hour and 10 minutes since you guys first breached the ship. If you guys want to spend an hour picking up stuff from the trophy room, I'll give you each the opportunity to pocket $700 worth of just small items that you can carry, that you can fit. There's a lot more in there. But like,
Should we ask the captain if we have a little more time?
Captain said a few hours.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that it's okay. But we're all on comms this whole time. So, Captain, we found a trophy room, and it's got some cool shit in it. and I think I found a little girl. She's on her way over.
Found a
we're
what?
about to bring- I found a low berth that was running on battery power. We need to go get that thing plugged in. I think the little girl that used to live on this safari ship, like her parents were running it. I don't know too much about it. It's all real kind of metagaming.
How long has she been there?
3 years in the low berth.
Oh wow.
So this ship might have been floating here for 3 years too.
It wouldn't be powered still in 3 years.
We already established that it had a long-term battery, but it only has
Oh.
It only has 8 hours of battery left.
No, the ship itself, not the.
No, the low berth.
Yeah,
Remember,
but
remember,
the ship-
far future.
Aye.
I think the captain's trying to say it's unlikely that the little girl jumped into this thing that was hidden in the corner.
That is true.
Right, her mom put her in there.
3 years ago. Are do the bodies show? I mean, they're in the vacuum of space. I don't know how much decomposition they would have. Does any signs of the attack like show any idea of how long ago the attack happened?
Are you asking me?
Yes. If the attack happened 3.5 years ago, then I probably don't need people sitting in gun turrets. If the attack happened 3.5 hours ago, then I definitely need people in gun turrets.
Yeah. Let's find out what this ship's name is and then check registration. Maybe can we do that?
Should be able to do that.
When was the last time that this thing was regged?
So, Junkrat's sort of been ripping computer components out going along the way. And one of the first things she did was start taking server blades out of the computer core. So, you're going to need to find a way to get that information. I can think of at least one way to still do it, but I can think of 2 ways to do it. But you're not just going to be able to tap on a console. First off, the ship doesn't have power.
So most ships have a commissioning plaque.
They do. True. But you're not going to... But when you say check the registration, I assumed you were looking on the ship, because why is your ship going to have a registry of every ship in the known universe? You're not going to have that information on your library.
So I can think of 2 easy ways, like usually somewhere around the bridge or in a commonly used passageway, there is some sort of commissioning plaque or name of the ship. 2, we can look out the window and see if it's posted on the side of the ship.
But you can get the name. You're right. You can absolutely get the commissioning plaque and the name. But that's not
what we're going to do with it. Yeah.
But how are you going to look up the registry information?
I was hoping that there would be an inspection sticker on the windshield that said, 224.
I mean, they would have logbooks. Most ships have some sort of deck log or engineering log that would tell you that kind of information.
There could also be the
that's usually a hard copy book, not a.
Well, in the Traveler universe, it's a tablet, but it's their equivalent of a hard copy book. Yes, and that is a very good idea. You should definitely look for something like that. Those of you that are on the ship, remember Aiden's still over there too.
Yeah, he can do something. Poke.
So, we were filling our pockets in number 2 here, weren't we? We're done filling our pockets?
So, next question I have for you guys filling your pockets. Do we have more monetary value from the stuff you guys are filling your pockets with, or getting as much of the M drive as we can over here? I feel like the M drive will be worth more money.
Yeah, I don't know if I could tell you that. Junkrat could tell you that.
Junkrat will absolutely be like, if we can get the power plant, not the M drive, like in its entirety, if you give me days and I remove this thing, I can fund the ship for maintenance cycle and refueling for quite a bit. Like it'll be a good haul.
Why don't you guys work on proving that it's 3 years old?
Yeah,
And I'll start helping.
give me a timeline, and if we have days, like I'm completely okay with spending days.
Junkrat digs through her pockets and pulls out a tablet and hands it to Taylor, and she's like, "This is the engineer's tablet, but the battery's dead. You're going to need to find a power source." And then she continues on like salvaging. She's like ripping environmental controls out of the special bays now. So what?
Can we use K62 as a power source temporarily?
He's on the other ship, bringing the low berth back.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw his token over here. So okay.
I am also going to get on the mic of the Perfect Stranger and inform the passengers that we are involved in rescue operations of a disabled vessel, which is why we're obviously attached to another ship.
Fantastic. Can you roll me a diplomacy or a steward roll?
Can I roll you a persuasion roll instead?
Are you persuading them of something?
No, that's true. Alright, here we go. Are you kidding me? -2.
Oh my god.
Okay. The passengers immediately start coming out of their quarters and congregating in the they aren't being like disruptive, or what they're trying to do is get to a window so they can watch. But they are in a way kind of being a little disruptive, because now they're cluttering the hallways, and like they want to go down to the cargo bay and they want to see. Basically, they're like, "Ooh, something's happening, and I want to see." And the steward droid is trying fruitlessly to be like, "You should return to your quarters. It's actually kind of dangerous for you to be out and about while we're doing this." Let me roll something else really important since we're in the middle of this fast go. So the little alarm laser that Ghost set up last time, you guys on the bridge hear it go beep 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 as one of the passengers has walked back towards the back where the hatch to the super secret scroll area is.
Luca, can you go take care of that?
Yeah. Just climb down from the turret, running down the hallway.
Okay, you have to. So there's passengers clogging the hallway, so you have to like shoulder your way through.
Excuse me, sorry.
So how gentle about this do you want to be? Because you can see them; they're almost turning the corner for the thing.
I'm gonna be pretty aggressive.
Okay.
Oh my.
So
I never?
if you would, since you're gonna be aggressive and not diplomatic about it, just go ahead and give me Dex or an Athletics to like sprint down the hallway.
Athletics, dexterity. I'm like parkour off the wall.
Yeah, pretty much. Like just to get your way through the really stuffy hallway that now has basically every passenger on the ship going, "Ooh, pretty. Something happening."
I got an 8.
I'm leaving a terrible review.
Yep. So you get all the way down here. This guy, he's gonna go this way, but he's already managed to get down. Like he's gone through this hatch, not the one that leads to super secret scroll one, but he's managed to get ahead of you. And he's like, "I'm gonna go down to the cargo bay and have a look." The big fear here isn't at this point that he sees the super secret scroll space. It's that he tries to open this cargo bay.
That's full of fuel.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
He won't last long.
Neither will the ship.
Neither will we.
Sir, hey, come on. And I keep sprinting.
Yep, go ahead and give me one more roll, because he rolled boxcars, so he's actually significantly ahead of you.
That's a 9.
Okay, let me roll him again. He rolled an 11, so he is at the door as you come down the ladder. And he is like, "What? I just want to see." And he's
Emergency fuel.
I just want. What are you talking about? Fuel? This is a cargo bay. I've been on a ship like this before. I know what I'm talking about.
No. That's our fuel reserves, so we can jump the second time. If you open that, we're all going to die.
What? Give me a perception check.
6.
This guy's just an idiot. You can escort him back to his quarters if you want.
Yeah. Let's go. Where were you?
Oh, I'm in cabin 14.
All right. You realize like the ship. All right. Come on, buddy.
Okay. Crisis averted. The crew K62 reports that he has got the cryo berth back on board. It's now in the cargo bay. And Taylor, you have this plaque, and you guys are in area 2. You're in the trophy room. Or you're going to try to find a power source. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I was thinking about this. I don't know if there's going to be power here, but I have 2 things that might be having a battery. I've got a stunner, and I've got a laser revolver. I don't think the laser revolver can do it.
Okay. Give me one of those mechanics checks, because I'm going to put this in the realm of it's still physical. So you might understand this. You probably would, I think.
Not going to be the right voltage. Yep, it's way over 7. Sorry, I gotta get back to my.
I was going to say 7 plus your skills, right?
Yeah. Sorry, 7 plus 2 mechanic plus 2 intellect.
Yeah. So
11.
It's a relatively new tablet. I say relatively. But you have a power adapter on your vac suit has power. You can just plug it into your vac suit.
Oh yeah, it's USB-C. I'm gonna use that.
Okay. You plug it in, and it immediately auto downloads all of its content to your vac suit. Okay. Give me a luck roll. Remember, you may add your player points to your luck roll if you would like.
Luck roll. That's the D100 though, right?
No, that's a D6. You need an 8 to pass. You may add up to 3 points of luck. Or from your player points.
I'm gonna need to.
No, it's 2d6. It's like a regular roll.
Yeah, it's like a regular roll. Yeah, it's 2d6. You need 8 to pass.
Sorry. Okay. I rolled a 2 and a 1 for 3.
So you can't. So you can't get to 8 even if you add points.
Can't do it. Yep.
Okay. So would you like the good news or the bad news?
Give me the bad news.
There is some sort of security protocol meant to stop unauthorized users from accessing the engineering tablet. It is not like a pirate virus or anything. It's like security software. And it has caused your vac suit to lock in place. Like you can no longer move. And it is trying to send an alarm to the ship to tell the ship that I've been compromised and there's an intruder.
This is why I let my brother mess with stuff like this. I can't.
To make matters worse, your comms are disabled. The good news is you're relatively certain, because it did download all the files, that you saw all of the files you need to look at the logs if you can figure out how to get out of your current predicament. The other good news is, assuming that your positions are relatively correct, Aiden's in the same room/vicinity as you and may have noticed, if he can pass a perception check, that you've suddenly frozen in place and are no longer talking.
Oh yeah, this sounds funny. Hold on, I'm gonna roll.
Do you lock that guy in his quarters, Luca?
Yes.
I got an 8 on perception.
Just past it. So you do notice they barely notice. Like you're about to walk out of the room, and the only reason that you notice is because Taylor's blocking the door.
Hey, come on, move! What the heck? You're in this like. Why are you like got this weird like? What is going? Why are you frozen like that?
You don't get any response because you guys can't. There's no comms.
Oh man, come on, man! I'm gonna kind of walk around. I'm gonna kind of peek in through his see
Mhm.
if he's like his helmet or whatever, and try and peek in there.
Yep, you're looking through your helmet. You can see he's trying to speak to you. He's panicking.
He's freaking out. This is not good. Hey, let me get on comms. Guys, I think we got a problem with a vac suit over here.
Problem with the vac suit? Do you have a breach? That's Junkrat.
Junkrat. No, it's not not a breach. It's junk. It's like frozen up here, and I don't know if it's got like any type of life support or anything like that in the system. Can you come take a look at this? It's Taylor's suit on the ship here.
Did he try to plug that tablet into his suit? Hold on, I'll be there in a second. You hear like running.
Tablet suit. I have no clue, but he's
Whoa.
looking pretty weird over here.
Aiden could look down and see that there is a tablet plugged into Taylor's suit.
Oh, yeah, that would explain some things here. Yeah, I think that's may have been what happened.
Ooh. So that's 5 plus 2. That's still a 7. So Junkrat is going to get there and do a marginal fail. The only thing she's going to be able to successfully do is pull the tablet off of Taylor's suit. But his suit is still locked. She's able to kill the signal it's generating. She's like, we need to move him back to the ship like this and get him out of the suit.
So you're saying we might need that K-62 to kind of come over and help us move that?
That, or we have to do it ourselves.
Yeah, I ain't that strong, but I mean, it's kind of floating around, right? I mean, we just gotta disable his magnetic boots or something, right?
She like pulls Taylor's face mask to hers so the glass is touching as though that would help and says, try not to panic.
I'm sure that helped out a lot.
He probably can't even hear it. But she's trying. And, she informs the captain, Captain, we've got a situation over here. Some sort of security protocol has disabled Taylor's suit, and we need to get him back on board ASAP.
Roger. Is K-62 still over here? Is he done plugging in the thing?
He's done plugging in he's done kind of plugging it in. There's more complicated things to that. What he ends up doing is drawing off reactor fuel because the low berth runs on a miniaturized version of the fusion reactor that runs the ship.
Ooh, fun.
So he's drawn off ship fuel.
Hey,
Anyway, but that's a
Hey,
whole
Luca.
other ball of wax.
hey, Luca, your brother's in trouble. He locked him.
Am I suiting up? Get him in. Where's the
Hey, Junkrat, can you able to tell if does he have life support still in the suit? Does he suffocating to death?
I don't know. That's why I don't want him to panic. If his life support is off, we only have a few minutes before carbon monoxide is going to become an issue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable his mag boots, and you and I are going to carry him to the launch docking space, and we're going to get Ray to move the front of the ship over there, and we're going to throw him across. And then and then we're going to close the bay doors and pressurize it, and have them take him out of his suit right there in the cargo bay.
Okay, let's do it.
And she and you are going to have to do this. You need to give me an athletics check. That's athletics strength.
Luca, stand by to receive your brother.
Luke is at the hatch, waiting for it to get pressurized.
Athletic strength, I have a 10.
Excellent. That is an amazing score. Okay, so you were able to hoist him over there. Junkrat's not very strong naturally, but with her vac suit, she is able to help significantly. And luckily, it's a big target because her score isn't so great, but your effect offsets it. So Taylor's thrown, and Ghost, Taylor's just a witness to all this. There's nothing he can do. I don't know if he's panicking or not, but assuming that he is panicking, he's probably going to be pretty low on oxygen by the time he actually makes it over to the bay. When the grav plating kicks in, though, he is going to smack face first into the bay and slide to a unceremonious stop. and then Ray is going to close the front bay doors and start pressurizing the bay. Luca, I need a vac suit check for you to come out here and get Taylor out of his vac suit.
As soon as there's like a yellow light, I'm just prying at the doors to get open there. Rolled an 8, vac suit of a 0, dexterity to get him out.
Vac suit, I'll accept dexterity, absolutely.
That's a 10.
Okay. Well, then you don't need any further rolls because you are able to do the most important thing right out of the gate, which is get his helmet off so he can breathe and speak.
Perfectly stuck face down, and I like just rip right at the core of his neck and start pulling up face first. And what happened?
I was jacking. I jacked onto the tablet. I'm sorry. I will never do it again. That was awful. I was like entombed in that thing. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Keep breathing, brother. I'm gonna get you out of this.
Give me a computer's electronics roll, Luca. Just a 6 to pass. It's just to see, like, if you're like, oh yeah, I know what that security protocol is.
That's a 6.
That passes. So you're not super familiar with it, but you have heard of these type of like black box things where basically it's an anti-piracy measure, where, you know, important people like the captain and the chief engineer and such that have command codes and stuff on their tablets will put security protocols in so that if a foreign device is plugged into it, it tries to do all these security things like lock the vac suit and call for security, which is exactly what just happened to Taylor.
As you trigger that you took the black box. The black box got you should know about security. Hold on, just a second. And
But you know about security. I don't know.
Him over. And I hit his chest a couple times, and his suit comes back to life.
No, the suit is toast. He's gonna need. Yeah,
Okay.
the suit's gonna need to be reprogrammed from scratch. Like, it's physically okay, but it's gonna need a complete software reset, like factory reset.
Oh, but I figured where like all of his things are, so now he can at least move.
Oh yeah, you can get him out of it, but he's gonna be out of a vac suit, so he's gonna have to, like, when you unpressurize this bay, he's gonna either need him to get into another vac suit or be not in this bay.
You going back out? Oh, I guess you are. Hold on. Can I help you put that one in?
Where did that low berth end up?
The low berth is in 23. It is humming quietly in the corner. I need to get
All
a
right.
block for it or something so you guys can see it.
We're gonna have a talk here, Luca, real quick before we leave. I think that there's the little girl from the safari ship is in this low berth, but I have no way of checking. I don't want to like endanger us or anybody else on the ship, but like, I think we need to open that and do it very carefully, like as
right
soon as
now?
possible, as soon as it's safe to do so.
I mean, they want to like keep. Are we spending a couple? Let's go talk to the captain.
She has like 7 hours left on this. Well, no. She's plugged in now. Looks like she's plugged in. I think that robot did it. Okay, but yeah, we should talk to the captain about it.
Okay. Aiden, you're still over here with Junkrat, who has gone back to salvaging. Do you want
So
to...
we're assuming Taylor's all good and that there's no issues. So we're kind of, I guess, listening in. So
Yeah, he'll be fine.
okay, all right, good. Well,
You guys just threw me across.
so all right, so yeah, we're gonna go back to looting here. Junkrat's still going at it. I'm still gonna take off. So
Your pockets are
How
full
much-
at this point, Aiden.
yeah, no, I think we might be getting towards our end of getting the heck out of here. How much time do we have left from what Captain gave us this first time? How long have we been here?
I think that's what they're going over there to discuss. That's why I asked.
Gabi. Okay. So I'm going to continue to go, still looking around and stuff. and wait to hear back. I'm going to keep looting until I hear anything different.
Okay.
Captain, we sticking around trying to get that power plant.
Did we find out any information on time of the attack?
Well, I got this tablet, and I don't suggest we plug it in without taking the proper security precautions. I toasted a vac suit trying to, finding that out.
Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Me too. I was turning a little bit blue. I gotta tell you. And it sucks to have your agency taken away like that. You're just sitting there, not able to do anything.
Do you really have that tablet? Put it on over here. Let me give a look.
Yes, I really have. Yes.
I mean, you lost your agency and were thrown from ship to ship through the dead of space.
I know, right? That was scary as shit. Like, couldn't do anything, and believe me, I was worried.
Is that what that smell is?
Yes.
We're not talking about it.
Yeah. We don't need to worry about it. Vac suits have diapers, bro. You know this.
They actually have recycling systems built in.
Yeah.
That's
If
where you
they're
get your
working.
water from.
I was about to say when they're on.
It
Oh, I
wasn't
got all backed
working
up.
properly. And I came straight here. So smell me.
No, give me the tablet and let me take a look at it.
I hand him the tablet.
So since you're familiar with the software and you have all the appropriate stuff, it's going to be an 8 just to break into it.
How does a 12 do?
That's more than an 8. So you're able to disable the security protocol and log into it. And long story short, you are able to establish that, it was 3.5 years ago. Furthermore, the chief engineer, the only non-member of the family who was on board, the chief engineer was running a sort of side business, trying to smuggle like really highly advanced microfusion generators. So you find out that that's why the low berth has been running for like this whole time. Furthermore, you've got a TL-13 fusion generator on the ship now. It's the size of a basketball.
On our ship?
That's plugged into the low berth in the corner.
Yes, that's what's keeping the low berth running. Like that's the power source for the low berth. Is it's got a super advanced, well, not super advanced, but it's TL-13. It's much more advanced than anything in this area, and it's basically a microfusion generator.
That sounds good.
So, Captain, it looks like that ship has been dead for 3.5 years. I don't know if the threat of piracy is still around.
Nope. I think we have the ability to get the M drive if we want. Just I don't know how I'm gonna explain 3 days of sitting here to the passengers.
I mean, you got a steward droid. Let's have kind of a talent show, maybe.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and GG has also been out there helping. The passengers are still in the lobby area, but she has convinced them to stay clear of the hallways and not to leave the lobby area. Like they've come to a compromise. And the steward droid is making snacks, like football season snacks kind of deal. They all watched the rescue thing where you threw Ghost across, and they've seen that there's a low berth, so to them this is like TV.
Well, the prospect of having our money issues taken care of for a long time, I think we need to get that power plant.
I look over at Junkrat and I can see through her helmet that she's got this cheesy looking weird grin expression thing on her face where I think that's what she wants to do.
Oh, she absolutely wants to do that.
She's already running that direction, even though you didn't exactly give the order. she's heading that way already.
So just to give you a rough idea, if you were buying this power plant brand new, it would be 6 mega credits. You're not going to get that for it, but it's still a huge. So it's 1 million credits. It's a mega credit.
Well, I figured that. I just don't know how much that's actually worth, I guess.
I was kind of directing that more towards Holmes.
Oh.
Because I suspect he has a better idea.
Yeah, we're gonna sit here and wait our 3 days.
Okay. Is anyone going to help Junkrat?
Oh, I'm definitely going to follow Junkrat, so her and I are already over the head in that direction.
Okay. Roll me a engineering power plant. Roll.
So 7.
Okay. So that comes to a total of +3. So they're able to do a pretty decent job of getting it out there. I now need to put something as a placeholder in your cargo bay for the power plant. I'm sure I can find a thing. Let's see. What's under technology and gadgets? Yeah, that says power unit on it. We'll use that as soon as this thing finishes not wanting to load. Copy. Gizmo this a little bit so it looks a little different. It is huge. It is the full power plant off of the Safari ship.
Nice.
So, get something real quick. It is 7 tons. Somebody who's already did what I was going to do. Good job.
I'm on it.
Okay. It takes 3 days. The passengers don't grumble too much about it. Being a few days delay on a Starship cruise is not unheard of. But you guys have now successfully done this thing. Now, my next question is what about the low berth? If asked, the steward droid and I think the crew droid also have a basic medical suite, like a first aid suite, where they would say, hey, if you're in low berth for a really long time, it's super hard medical check to get you back out. It's the kind of thing that you should probably consider taking to a hospital rather than trying to do in the cargo bay.
Very true.
I think we leave her in the low berth. Because even if we succeed that, like, what do we do with this girl?
Okay.
Like, her parents are dead. She's been in cold storage for 3.5 years.
Do you want to roll an admin or an advocate roll to kind of guess at what they're going to do legally?
That's probably a good idea. Let's see if I can roll above a 5 today. Do I have... I know I don't have admin or advocate. I'm going to ask...
someone with admin or advocate to do it.
Yeah, so... okay, because I was say, do we have anybody with admins?
I have a 0 with advocate.
I think all of you have a 0 with advocate because of your GIA training.
Gotcha.
I don't.
Nothing with admin.
I rolled a 9. Is that social?
Education? No, that's education.
That's a 10.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. So, as you guys have been doing this, Luke has actually taken up watching like the local islands version of crime dramas. And he's like, I saw an episode just like this. So the police are going to come on board and they're going to seize that whole unit, and then they're going to take all our statements, and we should even get paid a like rescue fee for like saving the girl from pirates. But they're going to take that low berth, which has a super advanced generator on it.
Yeah.
Switch the generator out.
We risk killing the person inside of it. Which...
It's not risk. You will absolutely kill that girl.
Oh, we will? Okay. All right.
You can't unplug the freezer while they're in it.
Well, yeah. No, you're right. That's kind of
We
parallel.
can't like Indiana Jones the power supply. I'm joking.
See? Yeah, I was just throwing like, two power supplies and parallel and, that kind of thing.
How did
Anyway.
how did that end, Frandy?
It worked great.
Well, he
the little
lived.
girl just needs to run past the giant
That's
bolt.
right.
Like, she's got this.
Yeah.
That giant boulder is a brain hemorrhage.
No, we're not going to kill the girl. No.
Not even for a micro generator.
No.
Nah, we'll just get that reward money.
Also, the police are going to ask us a lot of questions.
I mean, it just needs to be a conscious decision, which we have, another week before we get to New Home.
You sure do.
Where we can do some investigating on how to do this, and maybe see if we can find a way to do this. Because there's nothing that says we have to leave her in the low berth. Like, we can bring her out. It's not something I want to do while attached to another ship.
I'll be honest, with your skill levels, especially in medic, I will say that if you do try to swap out the generator or do anything, there is almost no chance she lives. There is, because you don't have a doctor. So, and it's a metagame, it's a formidable check. It's a 12 to pass.
If we were going to try this, it would be like not switch the generator, but wake her up.
It's 12 to pass. That's why the analysis was given of you need a hospital.
I feel like I've rolled low enough, consistently enough, that now's the time where I'm going to roll box scores.
You're the captain.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
I was actually about to say that exact thing, Ghost. I was be like, you're the captain. You want to take the risk.
Palm to forehead.
Mm-hmm. Just
all right.
A good captain thinks about how the psionic on board, who doesn't want to hurt innocents, would react to you basically murdering a 5-year-old little girl, and what she might do to your brain in the middle of the night if you made that decision.
Oh. There was never any chance that I was going to make that decision.
It's an 8-year-old girl now.
That raises an interesting question, because I don't know if any of you played RimWorld, but they have a very interesting thing where you get 2 ages. You get the age of your birth date to what date it is now, and then if you go into cryo sleep, those years are deducted from your age because you have a physical age from when you were in stasis. So, how old is she?
So you have a universal age?
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where like her birthday can be one, but then like because she's in cryostasis, she doesn't actually age while she's in cryo.
Yeah, I got
Does
a
it
question.
also ring true that if... Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry about that. I just had a question about Gigi. Would she be able to communicate with her while she's in low berth?
So she can't even do life science. Like she can't even do detect life on her because you're not conscious in low berth. In order for her to communicate with her, she'd have to be conscious.
Okay, so no dreaming or anything like that. Gotcha.
So you can kind of dream in low berth, but that's not conscious. That's not the same thing.
Gotcha.
I think we've got on, we've salvaged the things we're going to salvage. We make our way to New Home, and on the way we can take a look through the logs to see if we can find out any other information about this girl, so we can provide to the authorities and or the ship. and yeah, and we give Homer some target practice as we blow up the spaceship behind us.
Oh, you want to dispatch the rest of the ship? Okay.
I mean, request people's opinions on
I think we should
destroying.
tap it and tell the authorities where it's at. We might get more brownie points.
And then tell the Junkrat, like, what are the legalities of salvaging a ship in the middle of nowhere?
Did I give you guys the salvage guide already?
I don't think so. What I don't want to do is tell the authorities where the ship is and go, oh, and by the way, we have the power plant.
So there's actually there's a whole like section on salvaging I need to give you guys, but the short version of the story is that because of the age of the ship and because of there being effectively no survivors, with the exception of the low berth, anything on there would be fair game for salvaging. Like, you could actually tow the whole ship back and try to restore it if you really wanted to. Now, it's in bad enough shape that that's not a realistic goal. But it is yours from a legal perspective because you came across a dead ship with no owner, no distress signal, and low berth survivors don't actually count as survivors as long as you don't kill them. Like, you can, as long as you turn them over to the authorities, legally the ship is still yours, even though realistically, if the girl were not in low berth, that would obviously be her ship.
So we are in the clear.
Yes. And Junkrat would know all that information because that's her profession. So.
Did Luca use the ship's library correctly and figure out that a microfusion generator is like 100,000 credits worth of value?
The little one or the big one? Because the big one's more.
Well, that's the power plant.
Yeah.
This is just the microfusion generator.
So it depends on the seller. Actually, where you're going to at New Home, it's not even at their tech level. Actually, it might be at their tech level, but it's not like really expensive where you're going. It's one of the things where, like, but you know, later down the road, if you're at a TL9 planet and you've got that thing, you know, it's variable on how much it costs depending on where you're at. With that said, I think it's worth more than 100K.
Did the tablet say what the girl's name was?
No, it doesn't. The tablet is the only thing the tablet really gave you was the name of the ship, a couple of logs about, you know, what happened leading up to the attack, and then, you know, you found all the logs that the engineer was moving those microfusion rays, which obviously, you know, the parents of the girl had found out about and rigged it to the low berth so that she would stay alive for a long period of time. Like, they seem to know she might be on here a long time. And she almost died in that low berth because you guys happened to come in at the 11th hour. Literally.
Taylor has gone back and gotten all of the dinosaurs out of her room.
Oh, that's so
I would
nice.
if I had the opportunity.
Absolutely.
We were here for days.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking through the core rulebook.
The picture of her and her parents too, from her parents' room.
I guess we could unlock passenger 16 if we're sticking
Fuck
around
that
for a
guy.
while.
That guy. Fuck that guy.
Does anybody see any other reason to stay here?
Nah, I think we should
Let's
move
get
on.
outta here.
Yeah, I think we're done.
All right. Stand
I'll
by
break
to
down to posts.
do the thing.
Boldly go where other men have been before. We're going boldly.
Do you guys remember how to do your jump checks?
We need an astrogation check.
Yeah, we need to fly to the right spot so that we don't hit anything as we're leaving.
I'm ready for astrogation to start that when we're ready to roll.
All right.
All right. So you need to M move.
So you guys can detail. This ship is stationary now, so it is not a thing you need to roll for to disconnect from the ship. So the M drive move you don't need to do because there's also no planetary bodies, so you don't have to like move to the 100 diameter limit.
All right, we're in our spot.
But you do need to have an astrogation check, and then you need your jump drive stuff.
Aiden, come get in your astrogator seat.
Yeah, where am I anyway? Oh, okay. There I am. I'm coming.
I just rolled a 14.
Yes, but it's not time yet. You have to take the effect of the astrogation check.
Okay, so astrogation. So we have like as a 1d6 times 1 is going to be time to make the astrogation, right? So that is 1d6 was a roll of a 4.
Okay.
Intellect is 10. So now, is that actually like is that 4 minutes or
It's
4 hours?
it's times 10 minutes, I believe. But
Times 10
it's
minutes,
also not the intellect's just telling you what skill to use. Like it's intellect astrogation. It's telling you what it combos with.
Times 10. Okay, gotcha.
So, but you need to roll the roll because you're not under a time crunch. So, I mean, you did it right, but you don't actually have to roll the time when you're not under a time crunch unless you want to.
Okay, so I'm just going to do 2d6 for pass fail. That is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Copy.
I think
10.
it's also a 6 to pass, I believe.
Oh, okay.
That's a 4 to pass.
Yeah, so it's okay. So it's a 4 to pass. You roll a 10, so you got a +6. So you rolled a 14. There.
Yep.
Not you. Ghost.
I did, but I can re-roll because I did it out of order if you want.
It's all fine. So you get a +6.
6.
Yeah. So a 20 is a pretty damn good jump roll. And you guys are going to slurp back into jump space. Now, I've already rolled for your events, and 2 things are going to happen. At some point during this, so first off, you guys are going to do your normal, I want to study for a week or whatever you want to do over the course of this week. At some point during the week, one of you, and it is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, it's going to be Aiden, is going to get injured, not badly, but sprained wrist or ankle from some minor mishap, and you can make up how that happens, but you're going to get a minor injury at some point during this. And Luca's gonna
Starting with GG again.
and Luca's gonna find out about the sparrow.
Just one of the days, I'm like, you know what? I feel like sitting in the cockpit of a helicopter. Oh, I've got a helicopter. This is going to be great. Wait, why is this shit covered in a plastic tarp? I can't just jump in like this. And I pull it down, and I see the shattered thing. I go, Taylor! All hands emergency, Taylor!
Welly and I were taking a walk, so Welly and I'll head down there.
Hey, I've always just wanted to ask this just to be a dick. How does Welly get down the ladders?
I carry him down on my back.
Ah, okay.
I put his hind legs over my left shoulder.
He's just
Fireman carry.
he's just used to it now.
Yeah.
Usually done in a harness.
Yes. Yeah, in my tool belt.
Yeah.
What in the Sam hell is going? What the fuck? Who broke this?
I didn't do it.
Maybe
And now,
Aiden's injury is a black eye.
now we know what the injury is.
He got chewed on by a dog. No, I'm just kidding. This is a very expensive incident, though, and we've got a liar on board. Luca, I think we've got some problems.
Hey, Aiden, you know, come down and play some cargo ball. Oh no, what is it called?
Cargo
Fetch
ball.
Space
Fetch
ball?
ball. Space ball.
Chase ball. Chase ball. There
Grav
it
ball?
is.
it was
Chase
it was
ball,
chase ball. That's
Chase
right.
ball.
It's a Vargar sport.
Just come on down to cargo bay number 2, please.
Oh, yeah. I'm on the way. I'll be down there in a minute. Okay, I'm heading there. Yeah, guys. What's up?
Bam, zoom straight to the moon. You see, there's this helicopter, right? I don't know if you're aware the backstory that the Boaz brothers have with this helicopter, but it's a personal item. It's sentimental, you could say, and we were trying to keep it. It might look like it's made of trash because, well, we made it, but and that's what makes it important to us, Aiden. And when it was moved, did you see that it was broken?
Well, see, we went to pick the thing up because we had to make more room for the stuff that we were going to bring on here that was going to make us all kinds of money and stuff. Because we were going to the ship and getting that stuff. So we decided to put this stuff back here. And yeah, well, yeah, did I mention I hurt my wrist? I kind of, we were moving this stuff and we kind of tripped and yeah, it got damaged a bit. I didn't think it was that bad. I feel bad about it. I'm sorry, guys, but we were just trying to do our best to move this thing over here, and I think it was the robot's problem. I think the robot messed it up somehow. I think that's what happened.
You don't pick it up by the rotor. Like, I know that you can touch the rotor from the ground and everything, but you don't try to pick it up from that. And rotors are really hard to come by, actually, especially out here in deep space. So, I did you know that it was broken?
Yeah, well, it looked pretty bad. It looked like it was messed up, and we didn't really pick it up by the rotor. It kind of just fell on its side a little bit and hit the rotor, and it wasn't. So I mean, we put it back up right and stuff, and I figured we could just fix it. But anyway.
You put a tarp over it.
Well, I didn't want it to get dirty, you know. Uh, just didn't want to get it dirty or anything like that. And plus, I knew you guys would kill me when you got back here. I knew it, so I got scared and I just tried to hide my mistake. I mean, the robot's mistake.
So you admit lying then to us about
Well,
the broken rotor.
it wasn't really a lie. I mean, you guys didn't really directly ask me if it was, I mean, when it was, I told you that when you asked me about it, I told you it was broken. I didn't tell you ahead of time that I broke it, but, or the robot broke it. But yeah, I mean, we broke it. I mean, the robot broke it. But, because you're asking me now, that's why I'm telling you.
You met passenger 16?
No, I heard about him doing some stupid stuff, though.
Yeah, you should go check on him. He's still locked in his room.
Is he locked in his room?
Yeah, the other 3 of us can go check on him, make sure he's doing okay in there.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll take a look at passenger 16, I guess.
Has he actually been locked in here this whole time?
I
No,
thought that's
we
what they made a
said
mention to earlier.
Yeah, we mentioned that we were going to unlock it earlier and let him out.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear it.
I mean, if you've unlocked it and he's been free to go, where everyone is, he may or may not be in his quarters, but he's also going to be pretty amenable to talk to. I was just going to see if he'd been locked in there the whole time. You're going to get the worst Yelp review.
Yeah, we'll open that door, see if he's in there.
Well, I don't know. If you guys are trying to lock me into a room over here, I don't think that's a good idea, because I was straight with you guys. It got broken. I didn't lie about it getting broken. It got broken.
You said you wanted to check on him, so go ahead and see if he's in there. Check on him.
Well, you say he's not here, though. He's walking around. I see him right behind us. He's walking down the hallway.
Hey, P16, come talk with Aiden in your room.
What? What's going on, guys? Am I in trouble again? I already apologized for the door thing. I didn't know you kept fuel in the cargo bay. I'm sorry, man. You know, I mean, who keeps fuel in the cargo bay? It's so dumb. Like, I mean,
It's cargo.
yeah, but like, you know, I'm assuming the door closes.
Door closes. Is in
It's timeout.
You know, I'm on my comm. I pull out my comm. I was like, I just want to let you know that I kind of just, you know,
Mute.
saved your butt. You know,
What
Threw you
saved
like-
my butt? What are you talking about with me? But
No, not you, not you. You shut up.
what? Shut up! I mean, I'm a passenger guest here. Like, you got to be nice to me. Like, it's just not right. You guys are getting the worst review. Food's terrible. It's stupid pizza.
Hey, stupid pizza. What?
Yeah, no,
What?
I mean, who
What's going-
puts freaking cone apple on a pizza? It's just not
All
right.
right. You know that's it. You're gonna sit down in that chair over there and not say another word about that pizza.
Blasphemy.
'Cause
It's
I'll tell
my
you right now.
quarters. You can't tell me what to do.
Hey, this is you're on my ship. I might come over and kick you in the knee.
It's not your ship. You're just a crew member here. I've seen the captain. I'm gonna go talk to him about you. You're so rude.
You better go talk to him. You bring up that pizza. You're not gonna. Oh man, I'm telling you. Don't make me angry about pizza.
I'm gonna write this review
We'll
right now.
We'll let him out after 10 minutes, but it's timeout for lying to us.
He is in there
I'm
with
gonna
the
disagree.
least tolerable passenger you guys have right now. And also he's like, as soon as you guys let him out, like he wants to get I want to talk to that captain.
Oh, he Karen'd out?
Oh yeah.
Darn Kevin.
This is the worst treatment I've ever had on a starship.
Oh, you should, yeah, the captain's an 18. Blush. Sorry.
He's like knocking on the bridge door.
Sir, you can't be past 4. You need to stay back here in the passenger cabin.
This is okay. So which one of you is doing that? No, you know what? The steward droid will do it because he knows that's a
Ooh,
rule.
there you go.
Actually, let me roll because the steward droid's actually pretty good at this. The steward droid rolls boxcars and it's like, I will take your complaint. I will report it to the captain, take care of his blah 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 blah, and it's like just, you know, letting 16 Karen out on him. And but it's so loud you guys can actually hear it in the front.
Right, I cannot take a nap now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna start typing over a private message over to the steward bot saying, "Hey, give him a free voucher for some extra pizza."
I can get you a coupon for our limited supplies of cone apple pizza. We're almost out.
Yes. Take that, Karen.
All right, so anyone want to take some time this week to go ahead and add to a study period?
I need to add to astrogation is what I need to do.
And is there anything else you guys want to do while in jump space?
Can I take a week to start breaking encryption on a data wafer?
Sure.
I got an 11.
Okay, you can absolutely crack a data wafer open. Which one did you want to crack open? You have a couple.
I have a data wafer that came with the computer from the original crew that Holmes brought back from his salvage mission.
You had 3 data wafers.
Fact.
Okay, so, but it's from that batch. I'll just make it easy for you.
Yes, please.
Okay. Let me just randomize and roll some dice. Ooh, 6. Okay, can't roll that good normally. So you put the data wafer in, blah 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 blah, and it cracks open with the most valuable information you could possibly have on your current jump, which is a complete analysis of the covert activities of various different factions taking place currently on New Home, as observed by the crew prior to their unfortunate demise. And it is going to give you pretty good details on, amongst others, the Neoburn covert operations to gather information on New Home. Most of it's geared towards stealing technology, which is not surprising. Almost every lower tech planet that is talking to New Home is trying to steal as much technology as possible.
Sorry, where'd you get these again?
Holmes found him when he was a salvager on the very first planet we were ever on.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I'm just double checking.
Holmes, do you remember specifically where they came from?
Shuttle,
Which one?
the original launch.
The original launch for this ship, when it crash landed with the crew members on board. It was in a secret compartment along with an encoded laptop that Luke has been trying to decode for quite some time.
Yeah, that has just a passphrase that I'm terrified to try to guess.
Okay, you now have a bit of reference on various different operations. Unfortunately, it's not going to, it's going to give you a heads up on how to avoid some of their stuff, but it's mainly geared towards their operations to steal technology. So if they have like an offensive, smash and grab, put a black hood over your head and have you wake up in a cell type of task force, it doesn't have that information. But you would know where they would go for support, so that does help. And if no one else has anything else they want to do in Jump Space, make sure you mark your sheets for your study periods. And the ship is going to revert to space in the edge of the New Home system.
Hey.
You guys, because you rolled so well, are actually going to be right at the edge of the 100 diameter limit for the main planet for New Home. You're as close as you can possibly be, which actually puts you well within the traffic pattern for their Class A high port. Even those of you who are amongst the Alliance are going to be impressed at the amount of starship traffic in this system. It is practically a New York traffic jam up here. There are ships within visual range in just about every direction as you come out of Jump Space. And there must be hundreds, if not thousands, of ships coming and going at any given moment from this high port. Many of the ships are from the Alliance, or from the Aslan Hierate, or from the Vargar Extents, or from the Hyver Federation. Like, they're not just human ships, they're ships from all over coming to trade to and from this planet. And in the islands, you have seen nothing like this so far.
Guys, it feels a little bit like home, right?
I'm gonna be checking things out. Like, when you drive down the road and you see a really nice car and you're like, oh yeah.
So
that's the way I'm doing it with new.
One of the things that we're gonna see is those Navy spaceships that they have are really nice. So like, probably shouldn't do anything dumb here because they have some very nice warships standing by around this planet.
Actually, from where you are, you see a squadron of 6 of their ships, which is a high number because they don't actually have a ton of ships, but they have a squadron in formation, kind of doing like a flag showing parade. And they make no secret, like, they're pretty much on par with Alliance ships. They may not have as many of them, but they're high quality ships and they can hang in a fight for a good long time, and your ship would last, your ship's lifespan in combat against them would be measured in milliseconds.
Yeah, this is not the place where we want to do dumb.
So, what is the procedure, Captain?
Let them know that we're coming in for trading and refueling, and come in and trade and refuel and keep moving.
10-4.
Who's going to do the comm operations? You are actually close enough that you can get a delayed, but, audio transmission back and forth. Actually, you could probably get real-time communications at their tech level at the 100 diameter limit. I'm pretty sure you could, because they'd have laser comms. Yeah, I'm going to say you can get real-time audio.
If nobody else wants to step up, it should be the comms guy.
I mean, that's assuming you want to be proactive. If you wait long enough, they'll eventually hail you. But it does seem like there's so much traffic that as long as you don't breach the perimeter, they might let you hang out there for a good long time before they get around to being like, oh yeah, why are you here?
I'm gonna scan communications frequencies to see if there's a standard, like,
You won't need to roll or anything for that. There's absolutely a standard comms check. Like there's navigation satellites that basically say set the beacon to this and do this, and they're automated things giving you instructions on how to do it if you want to. Otherwise, they expect you to wait outside the perimeter, and they'll get to you when they get to you.
do we need to check into the pattern or anything like that, or just stand by and wait?
Yes and yes. You can do it either way. Like I said, if you want to expedite docking, then you would want to be proactive. If you don't mind waiting here for potentially days for them to notice you and ask you why you're here amongst the other, hundreds of ships, then, eventually they'll be like, oh yeah, you're there. Do you want to dock?
So I'm gonna call them up and start a conversation.
Okay. So they're going to be like, unidentified subsidized merchant. This is New Home High Port Control. Please state your cargo destination and intentions.
New Home High Port Control. This is the Perfect Stranger. We intend to dock and do some trading and let off some passengers that have been that are traveling to New Home. We also have a potential medical emergency. On our way here, we came across a dead ship, and in our investigation of it, came across a low berth that still is functioning, with life signs on board.
Understood. Is this medical emergency? You said low berth. Is the low berth failing? Is this a actual emergency, or is this simply a transfer of custody of a survivor from a incident?
Transfer of custody.
Roger. Stand by. There's a short silence, and then a different person, a young woman, comes online, and she's like, this is Lieutenant Vasquez of the New Home Security Defense Force. We're going to be dispatching a cutter shortly to dock with you and take your statement on this said incident and potentially do a transfer of custody for a low berth. It was also mentioned that you have passengers. There's currently a 3-day wait period for a ship of your class to dock with a starport. However, we can clear a shuttle berth if you would like to use your launch to move your passengers to the high port immediately.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Lucas starts running to the shuttle.
Okay. So a lot of things are going to happen here, and you guys just tell me what you want to do while it's happening. A system patrol boat, which is a ship that is roughly 100 tons, so it's roughly the size of it's about half the size of your ship, but it's built strictly for combat purposes, is going to come up and dock with the ship. The passengers are going to be loaded onto the ship launch, and, assuming that you guys want to do it that way, you can ship them off via the launch to the high port. And then officers are going to ask to come on board and be briefed on what happened at your little salvage scenario.
I stick with the low berth as long as I can.
Okay.
But I will freely answer questions. I just figured the captain would answer them first.
Oh, yeah. Standing by to answer questions. And
So,
Tell them the truth.
and I assume we'll dock and offload cargo after waiting our 3 days.
yeah, I mean, so we're gonna start with the officers coming on board. They leave you outside the perimeter in a holding pattern. They do clear your launch to bring the shuttles on board. So Luca can give me a piloting role. I also need someone to do a steward role for getting them all situated out of their cabins and on the launch and collecting payment and all that jazz. You can have the steward droid do it. He has a +2.
Better than any of us.
Concur with the steward droid.
One of you should probably roll it, though.
Big dice. Rolled an 8.
Okay, that makes it a 10, so that's going to be really good. All of the passengers, even the Karen, are going to be relatively satisfied.
Die 16.
So, I believe that Kizik wrote down how much you guys are making off passengers. That was your part of it, correct?
Kizik wrote down we made 67,800 credits for passengers.
There you go. So you are going to collect payment as you drop them off. So that money is now going to be available. That money is available in new home credits. So you're going to need to take a card, call it your new home credits. If you have a blank one, like I see you have the old UCI card, I would reuse that. Okay.
I rolled a 13 passenger driving out.
Excellent. It's a very smooth ride, and you didn't wreck. So the ship docks 3 security officers, including Lieutenant Vasquez, gets on board. I don't know how to spell Vasquez. I just realized.
Vasquez.
Thank you.
I have a couple that work for us. They're fantastic people.
My only experience with someone of that name was when I was in law enforcement, and it was not a pleasant one. Okay, so the captain's going to come out here and have this conversation. We can have it on the bridge in the conference room. Where are we going to have this conversation at?
We're going to have it in number 4.
Okay.
Boop.
So these two officers are going to come with them, but they're not talking. They're just
Try to sit in his lap. Oh,
Her lap. Lieutenant Vasquez, female.
Oh, my bad.
Lieutenant Vasquez is a female. So Lieutenant's going to be like, so, let me get my pad out and start recording. So how did you come across this person in low berth? What information can you give me?
So we jumped into the space on our way to New Home as soon as we came out of...
Feel free to paraphrase the story since we have just gone over all that story. Assuming that you're not going to lie.
0-10 on lying. Yeah, we jumped in, saw a damaged ship, went to investigate, and during the investigation, came across a low berth and was about to run out of power, so we grabbed it and brought it aboard, and then grabbed all the effects that we could find for who we believe is in the low berth, and brought her this way to make sure that she'd be safe.
So it was a pirate attack.
Yes.
Okay. And you hand over all the information on that, and they're basically like, okay, so what's going to happen here is we're going to take this low berth, we're going to transfer him to a hospital facility. There is a finder's fee for rescuing passengers from pirate attacks, and there is also information that if we find any information on the wreck, because you gave him the coordinates, right?
Yep.
If if we investigate this and we find that there's any like leads towards capturing the actual pirates, there'll be additional monies. You may have moved on by then, but if you're ever back in the system, you can check with us, and we will keep the money on file for you. So I just need to have an account number, and I can transfer the finder's fee for the rescue operation, and we will be on our way.
Okay.
How much is it?
It's 8,000 credits.
Give it to the little girl.
Concur.
That's very kind of you. We can definitely add that to her monetary fund. Considering her age, she's probably not going to have access to it until she's an 18-year-old. We'll have to find a home for her. That's, of course, assuming that the hospital is able to revive her successfully, but they have a very good rate for that.
Yeah, $8,000's gonna feed her for a couple months. That's about it.
Yep. Especially on a planet like this. I mean, it's very... Because of its super high-tech level and everyone wants to live here, the cost of living on New Home is very high. But they do their job. They take the low berth. Everyone walks away pretty happy. I did roll the medical checks in the background just out of curiosity, and they are able to wake her up.
It's just a scene of Taylor with his hand on the low berth as it's like slowly being pushed out.
Wow. And a
then
little,
he has to wave goodbye.
yeah, a little bag of toys and picture.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
In his other hand, and he sets it on the low berth as they get it out. I'll never know her name, Luca.
But you did a very good thing. Saved the little girl. And now you guys have all sorts of other stuff you can do. Luca is going to make it back from the drop-off trip with quite a few credits on his account card.
I needed to get a local credit card, but they all paid up. That was pretty nice. We got to deliver this mail, and then I got to see if I can find a broker to sell all these coats we got.
And all the salvage that we aren't.
Oh yeah, we should probably like sell a power unit to an actual shipwright.
Yep.
So you guys can start that any way you want. You just tell me which one to do first. If you want to sell off the power plant, it might behoove you to wait the 3 days until you can dock.
Yes.
Okay. So you guys just chill for 3 days, doing whatever you want, watch movies, make popcorn, order pizza, do that, because all the passengers are gone. So it's like, I don't know if you've ever been on a family vacation with your extended family, and there's that moment when you get back and not everybody's in the house. It's like the best thing ever. That's how you guys are. You get your home back to yourselves.
Sweet.
We don't have to worry about that alarm bing bing going off every 30 minutes.
I mean, it probably still goes off when you guys walk through it, but you can disable it. So, what are you starting with?
I mean, we should sell the big moneymaker, that power unit.
Who's the ship's broker?
Yep. I think I'm the only one with broker. And I have a zebra.
Okay. Well, the broker on the planet is a +2.
So I have a thought process before I go sell this power unit here. Supply and demand's a thing, right? We're on a planet where there's not going to be as much demand for a power unit, but they're going to have more money available. Do
Yep.
we want to keep this?
They also have a shipyard. Like you're talking about supply and demand. Remember, you can't have demand if you don't have the ability to use it.
Fact. Yeah. I think we'll do it so I don't have to worry about it. All right, standing by to sell thingy.
All right, it's going to be an opposed roll.
It's not going to be hard to beat it too. Let's see what I get.
I
can't get worse than last roll. Are you kidding me?
He has a +2, not a 2. He rolled boxcars. He rolled a 14.
And I rolled, because I can't roll greater than a 5 today. I rolled a 5. Oh, wait, no. This is social. I rolled a 3.
Okay. So that's... It's an 11 effect.
Yeah.
In his favor. He's going to offer you $100,000 for the reactor, which is a ridiculously low price.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Okay. He's going to make several counter offers as you go along. As you abjectly are like, no, look, I'm bad at this, but no. He's going to make several counter offers and be like, look, I can't afford anything more than $100,000, but could we possibly trade back and forth? It is a piece of salvage technology. It's not like it's guaranteed to work.
What do you want to trade?
What do you need? Or what do you want?
What do we want? I'll get back to you.
All right.
I'm gonna step out of whatever room we're in and call the guys hanging out on the ship and ask if there's something that we need.
I just assumed that was all done over like Skype.
Oh, well, yes. Guys, what do we want? What do we want, or what do we need? They're only going to give us $100,000 for this.
I mean, it's $100,000 that we didn't have before, but we could keep it for a little bit and see if we can't sell it somewhere else.
Does he have a fighter that'll go in the front?
Oh.
I can ask.
We're not losing anything if we hold on to it a little longer. I mean,
We need to fix the Sparrow's blade, too.
Junkrat's opinion?
Junkrat's opinion is you're being ripped off, but it's a matter of, sell it today and you get $100,000, or maybe sell it tomorrow and maybe you get more, maybe you get less. Or it just sits there taking up cargo space, which we can't fill with additional salvage. So,
wait, is there anything that she thinks we need?
So she would be like, buying any additional spare parts or upgrades, which would be easy to come by, like higher technology stuff. You might be able to trade for some of that. There's all sorts of things that you could ask for. Personal weapon locker upgrades. Asking for a fighter is a great idea and concept. A fighter is 9 million credits. If they're offering you $100,000 for something, it's unlikely you're gonna put a fighter in that front bay for that. Honestly, even if you got full price for that, it wouldn't cover the price of a fighter. Like if it were a brand spanking new and they gave you market value for the power unit, it wouldn't pay for a fighter.
What do you guys think? Bigger, small arms lockers?
Maybe they can help us out and put lasers, like upgrade our shit. I don't know. This place has some really cool technology. Maybe we can trade it for an upgrade.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Upgrade the capability and the weapons in our lockers.
Or swap out turrets for different kinds of turrets, because you've got these pop-up turrets in the back, right? They're laser turrets, so they're directional. As of where missile systems have the ability to fire in any direction.
what about sensors? Can we get anything better in the way of sensors?
No. mechanically, you're as good as you're going to get on sensors.
Okay.
Your sensors are not
What-
bad. It's just
What about
the
engine
type
upgrades?
of what type.
Jump drive?
That would require a refit.
Don't have time for that. So, turrets or small arms lockers?
So
Missile launcher. Missile launcher. Missile launcher. Sorry, I'm voting.
That sounded like 3 votes for missile launcher.
if they upgraded you to jump 2, it costs 5% of the value of the ship. That's going to be in millions of credits. It's almost certainly going to be in millions of credits. The missile launcher is a much cheaper option. One of my favorite chapter in High Guard called Weapons and Screens.
I do also vote it because we'd be replacing my gun with missiles, which I like.
Well, not necessarily replacing. It's a triple turret, so you can still
Oh,
have.
we could just take one.
Yeah, you can replace them individually. As a matter of fact, I think that's the way you would want to do it, would be to just take one laser away and then add a single missile rack. But you could do it as many of them as you want, and even though it's exponentially more, so it's equivalent to 750,000 credits to put a missile rack in, they're definitely going to be willing to trade you a single missile rack in exchange for that reactor. Because in reality, even though it's not as good of a deal as he was going to get, he knows he's not going to be able to convince you, and it's still a good deal.
Yep, I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Well,
This leads me to one additional question of, it's going to come with one full magazine. Do you want to buy any additional missiles to put in there?
where do we put missiles?
Cargo bay. Unless you want to install a spare magazine, which is an additional thing.
How many missiles are in a single missile magazine?
I think it's 12, but don't quote me on it. I'm looking through it right now, actually. Yes, so each rack holds 12 missiles. They're standard missiles, and a standard missile does 40 damage. A rack of missiles costs 250,000 credits. So for every 12 you buy, it's 250,000.
I think we stick with just the one for now.
Yeah, those are pricey.
Yep. And we're putting it up on our pop-up turret back there?
Yep.
Sweet. That's what we're doing.
I'd like to point out that you only replaced one, so you have two double turrets. You have two triple turrets with beam lasers. You've replaced one beam laser with a missile rack. So you had 6 lasers in the back in 2 turrets. You now have 5 lasers in the back and 1 missile launcher in 2 turrets. I'm only pointing out because of the way that Ghost is drawing it. I want to make sure he understands that there's still a turret there. It's just got a missile rack on it.
I see. Okay.
So, okay. It dramatically increases the offensive capability of your ship. You guys are making bank. Kizik, did you deliver your mail?
Yes, that's just they have to get there. So we get 50,000 credits for that.
All right. Cool beans. So, We're just going to take this mail. We're going to send it to who it was sent to. Speaking of mail, the courier is going to show up at your ship and knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello?
Captain.
Anybody home?
Man at the door.
You got this one.
You gonna bring your shotgun and help answer it?
Yes.
Hello? Anybody home?
He's at 18.
Yeah, he's at...
Unlock the first one.
Okay. There's a man with a messenger bag standing with a small, like, vanilla envelope parcel. And what does he see when the door opens?
You guys stand in there?
Okay. He's gonna be like, I'm looking for, and he holds up Taylor Boaz, Luca Boaz, Holmes Steele, or Aiden Nix. Are you any of these gentlemen?
Yeah, I'm Luca.
Ah, Luca. Could I get your signature, please? And he holds out a tablet.
I sign it.
He hands you the mail envelope, and he's like, "Thank you very much. Anytime you need to send anything in the islands, remember, Islands Independent Courier Service." And he runs off after doing his little spiel. You are now holding a manila envelope. It's blatantly got a tablet inside of it.
All right, guys. Let's go look at it in the conference room. Ciao, cat.
I mean, we don't have anybody. We can use the big room over here.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was the conference room.
So, you gonna open the tablet?
Yeah.
The tablet immediately requests a verification key.
Papa, can you hear me?
I pop my key from my phone.
Okay. It accepts the verification key, and it does open with the countersign to Papa, can you hear me? And it basically says, in somewhat coded language, it says, "We haven't heard from you. We don't know if you're out there. I've sent a courier to every starport along the way. If you are out there, please respond. In 6 months, we will presume missing or KIA in action and deactivate all clearances."
Oh man, did we forget to send him a message the last time?
We did.
Fuck.
We
Oh,
talked
man.
about it, and then we never did.
Yeah, we need to send something like right now.
Oh, agreed.
We can send it urgent mail too.
Call that fucking
Agreed.
courier back. He knows how to get back there. Call that motherfucker back.
Island couriers.
Island Independent Couriers, how we may help you.
We need you to send something back.
Of course, that's what we do. Is it parcel, digital, or package?
I'll be right back.
Got your package right here. It's going to be on that same tablet. Luca, you just need to type back.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Okay, so
Yeah. Just come back to the ship. We'll have it ready for you.
we'll send someone
No,
right out.
Stay here. You wait right here.
He's gone. He's it's not even the same guy. You just called their company.
Right.
Write your message on this thing, and you can send it back.
You got it, this, Luca.
No pressure, but you only got 4 minutes until the deadline. You guys want to talk about what you wanted to say?
Yeah, who's the creepy guy that gave us the mission and the sparrow? Dexter?
His name was Dexter, that is correct. Dexter Holland. I don't know if he told you his last name, so let's just stick with Dexter.
Had another run-in with the Duchess. Well, with the Duchess's people.
That was Colchis.
Yeah, but they worked. Well, she worked for Leopard Communications. It's Colchis, yeah.
Because in the Kulka system, it was on the planet of Soki too.
Oh, correct. Yep. Soki 2. Do you want to tell him about like Colonel Rogers and Colonel Redwood and all of that shit? Oh, so much.
It's like asking for a recap of the past like 5 sessions.
Yeah. Newburn Intelligence was in cahoots with the rebels in Cocos. I mean, well, in Soki too.
That is really valuable information to point out. It's almost like that's why you're out here, isn't it?
Yeah, you need to tell him that.
So Ronan's AFK, but Thodubs, do you have any additional information they're not thinking of maybe you want to point out?
Well, I mean, do we want to mention that we picked that way, that we have the ship, where we currently are? I mean, where they actually found us at? This is, I assume, all encrypted to our people, so our current location, where we're heading.
Well, by using the same tablet, you're actually using the highest level of encryption that is available to you at the moment. So it's very secure. But that doesn't mean it's bulletproof.
No, fair enough. We picked up a crew. We've briefed the crew somewhat, right?
I don't think they need to know that.
Do we tell him about the adjutant? That adjutant, as far as I understand it, is not part of our original mission and is extra.
Makes sense.
Excuse me, sorry.
Do we tell them about being successful with Leopard Communications? I mean, they should know that because Dexter sent us in there, right? I'm guessing that.
There's a huge time lag too.
Yeah,
So like you guys already sent a message back when you were on Acadie. Because you sent it snail mail, it's probably just now arriving with them. You also need to remember that it's quite expensive to send high-speed communication, so depending on how fast you want this delivered, it may cut into your profits.
This is a thing that we need to send very, very quickly.
If you send it via Jump 4 courier, it could be there in 3 weeks.
That's not bad.
The Jump 4 courier is going to cost you $50K a jump. So that's going to be $150K.
Oh boy.
It's also the fastest. Like even if you had access to, actually it's not true. If you had access to the fastest ship available to the Alliance fleet in this sector, actually no. Even though it has a higher jump capability, because of the way the planets are laid out and refueling, it couldn't get there any faster on any ship. So that's the absolute highest speed. Now, if you sent it via trade loop, it would take significantly longer. A jump to trade loop would be way to make that gap, is there? I was going to say that there is. It's going to be 5 weeks for a medium speed jump 2 courier. Maybe we'll call it 6 weeks because it's going to have to stop at some point and do a double jump.
We're still technically working for Dexter. He was just saying that he's got a second task on Joy Use that we're going to, right?
That's what he said.
Yes.
Yeah. I miss Stacy.
You can always check in. Oh, it's important to note because I think Ghost is the only one who has it. There's an actual TAS hostel on New Home. It's the only planet in the island subsector
Oh shit.
that has a TAS agency.
Sweet.
And you're going to get mail from the TAS agency, not just saying, hey, not only is it here, but we need you to sign this invoice from the Valentine brokerage saying that they did all these things for your ship.
Well, for our ship.
Yeah, for your crew. Basically, because you're the TAS representative on the ship, you need to authorize payment to the brokerage.
Ah, I see. What's the invoice amount?
I'm going to say that it doesn't actually tell you how much it is because it's an arrangement
It's
between...
just approval.
Yeah, it's just approval. It's just, did they do these things? And it's a long ass list because think of everything. And they've kept very good track, although they haven't gone into certain sensitive details. You know, like the fact that there's a Valentine agency vehicle sitting in your cargo bay is absolutely on that invoice.
It's rented, right? By year.
It's sold off to you.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So, they don't want it back.
Cap, you want me to sign this invoice? I'm on the TAS site, and I've got to get some stuff done.
I mean, if you got stuff to do, I can sign the invoice.
Are you
I'm gonna just pick up mail.
Are you TAS?
I am TA.
Okay.
I am.
Okay, so either one of you can do it. Yes.
Yeah. I will sign the invoice. Yay!
Yeah.
They helped us out.
Just a little bit of housekeeping, and that actually will help your reputation with them, which, you know, is building back up.
And on that cliffhanger.
Yep. I just wanted to give, you know, Kizik another minute to put everything together. It looks like he's just about got it covered, though.
Hit it.
We met our brother Dexter and were successful with the leopard stuff, and headed to the second part. Thank you for the Sparrow package. We have evidence that Newburn, that's not how you spell that, but Newburn, intelligence is actively causing rebellion in Soki 2, on Soki 2 and Acadie. We dealt with another Duchess problem. We have the stranger and are headed your way after we stop by the drop point. Okay. In the first one, did you mention the drop point? You did
Nope.
not. Okay. All right, you send that off. He's not going to have any clue what the drop point is, but that's fine. Little clue he might need later. And, yeah, so the only thing left is to authorize payment for the independent courier at what speed you want to send it.
How much money we got? Oh, do we get any money for... Didn't we... I thought Mr. Jones gives us like a monthly stipend.
So he gave you a monthly stipend on the planet he knew that you were going to be on.
Ah, bummer. Okay,
Yeah.
we can't draw from here.
It was only 10K to begin with. So that was a thing. But he had no clue you'd be going to New Home, so he couldn't just send money to every single planet. With that said, it's only 50K to send it at the Jump 2 speed that takes 6 weeks. Or you can snail mail it again, and it'll take months.
No, we don't want to be canceled.
I mean, we
it's-
just got paid 50K.
But will it take 6 months?
It's time to cash in these gems, I think. I've had them in my pocket. Let me hit a pawn shop real quick and see if we can't get this done.
Okay. Are you leaving them in the jewelry or taking them out of the jewelry?
I'm leaving them all intact. I'm trying to do this quick, fast, and in a hurry because this kid's here, and I'm like, gotta get him paid.
Okay.
Gotta get this letter sent off.
So what I want you to do is be ready to write down. I'm going to do really quick dice rolls for your values. You get 4,000 for the first one. You get 500 for the second one. Ooh, that's a good one. You get 5,000 for the third one. It's not as great, but it's a high number to begin with. You get 3,000 for the fourth one. And you get 3,000 for the fifth one. You got all that written down?
Yeah, total it's 15.5. So that's a good chunk of 150.
Yep. So they were actually worth more in the jewelry, but there was a chance that they were going to recognize them as belonging to the noble. However, the pawnbroker that you've dealt with is sort of shady. And
It's also 3 years old.
Yep. Well, but it would have led back to, it wouldn't have gotten you in legal trouble as much as they would have been like, this belonged to this family whose noble member has been missing, and questions now are being raised, which is going to happen anyway with the law enforcement. It's just that you're not going to be involved. Yeah, because like the police are going to show up and find that noble's body and then come back and be like, hey, he died in this pirate attack.
Right.
And that's going to be our conclusion. Oh, you guys still need to come up with money to pay, but I'm assuming that you guys have enough spare change to pay the remainder of that.
How much? Was I 35?
Yep. 34.5. Space mail is expensive.
Space independent couriers in the islands are very expensive, as is fuel. However, and you're gonna have to remind me of this at the beginning of the next episode when we start going through fuel. Because you're task members, you can probably negotiate for a discount on fuel. You might, depending on your roles, even be able to get fuel for the standard rate that it goes everywhere else, and not have to pay the markup that you normally pay in the islands. A, because New Home has a gas giant. B, because you are part of the tasks. All right, money sorted?
I paid.
Excellent. So your letter is off, and that's going to be the end of today's session. What did everyone think?
Thank you, guys.
It's fun.
It's good.
It's a very traditional RPG session in that you guys managed to go from one block to the next block.
Yay!
In a 4-hour session, which, you know, it's very traditional RPG, isn't it?
It's going to be a long road trip.
Made it past that door, though. It was pretty exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these planets will not be as... Like, New Home's a very interesting place with lots of possibilities. And I do suspect you're going to spend the next session at New Home as well. Or maybe just the majority of it. But there are certain places, like when you show up at Sturgeon's Law, I mean, Rex read about Sturgeon's Law, so he kind of knows that that place sucks.
Yeah, we're not going to stay there long.
I wouldn't blame the party for being like, there's a gas giant in orbit, let's go pay our bill and refuel there and then move on. Like,
that's probably a good call.
But you need to show up with enough money to do that. So
it's very shisty there.
Yeah. And then, you know, you can do that for some of these smaller planets as well. As long as you can keep enough money moving to keep the ship fueled, you should be able to just roll in, refuel, and move on.
That's the thing. We need to make money.
So it's also worth noting that every 4 weeks, you got to pay your maintenance bills.
Also, our big money maker was turned into a missile launcher.
True story, but that missile launcher is... I believe you made a wise decision.
Everybody likes missiles.
And thanks everybody for watching, and I'll see you next time.